We had a first and a second. And now we are moving towards the amendments one by one. The first amendment is a correctional amendment. I am the sponsor. Could I move that if someone could second it, please?
Mr. Mayor, I thought we were going to have time to look at these amendments and we would be bringing it up on the Monday meeting. There's no way that I've been able to wade through all of these pages and there's still more to come. I thought the reason for reconvening was to move on to the resolutions and the rest of the budget. And even if I had had time, there's not been any promulgation of these amendments that the public can look at.
So Dave, you want to give us some clarification? I thought we were going to try to move through some.
That's what I understood.
Bernard said that.
That we had decided that you would move through these today and vote on them, and then the amended version is put up, and then you have a public hearing if you want to have a public hearing on that amended version.
Yes.
So we all are in agreement, Alderman Annette, that these amendments will be substantive. We will have a public hearing. We will have time to talk about them this week.
Sure, we go through them, but we don't vote on them. Is that correct?
No.
Well, we go through them, Regina.
You will be voting on your amendments, and your amendments that you have approved today will be a part of your public hearing on Monday the 15th, so that the public can review them.
Question?
Yeah, Alderman Finlayson.
So if we do not vote on these amendments, they will not be part of the public hearing?
That is correct.
Okay. I thought we were going to talk through these amendments and vote today.
That's what you can do now.
That is what's lined up to do.
Okay.
But we're not going to get to all of them because some of them are still being worked on. The office is working furiously on them now. Hopefully we might get to them by the end of the day, but I don't know. I don't think so. So Jody, could I get a second on this amendment, please?
Second.
Thank you. Jody, can you go through this correctional amendment here?
Certainly. That amendment one, if you recall, during some of the deliberations, I believe Alderwoman Tierney found an error in our grants appendices that showed how much appropriate, it's the revenue side, right? It was the revenue side of the grants fund in Appendix D. It didn't total what it should total to equal the expense side. So we had to make that correction to this. So it's an error in the ordinance appendices.
Okay. Thank you, Alderwoman Tierney, for that. We will vote on this first substantive amendment. Any more discussion?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, there are three different amendments within number one, correct?
No, it's one amendment.
I mean, it's one amendment, but it's got three different pieces. One on line 30, one on line 31, and one on line 32.
Yeah,
Yes.
because all of those line items change.
Okay. And all of them are revenue, on the revenue side?
Yes.
And they're typographical errors.
Yeah.
Okay. Everybody ready to vote? Do we need a Regina?
Did you want to do a show of hands or a roll call?
Show of hands? Okay. All those in favor say aye with a show of hands.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, first substantive amendment. Let's go on to number two.
Number two. Yes, amendment number 2 is the amendment that we talked about. If you look at the third page at the bottom, it removes the effect of the COLA deferral and reduces certain departments and funds by adding turnover. And then I give you the breakdown of the total fiscal impact by fund. And this is what we've done. We reinstated the COLA deferral to all the budgets, and then we took that 689,000 and distributed it to certain departments that could take the turnover. Mainly it went to police, DPW, a little bit to fire. And then in the other funds, what we did was reinstated the COLA deferral, and if they had vacancies within those funds, I added it to their turnover. Otherwise, there were some that didn't have any vacancies, and I ended up increasing their budget.
So like Alderman Gay, I'm hopelessly lost. Are we on page 1 of the ordinance?
This is the COLA,
About amendment
reversal
two.
of the COLA, Alderman O'Neill.
I'm on Amendment 2, page 1, line 41.
Okay, so I would advise that these pages address every line item that's affected by what the amendment is doing, and it would be way too time consuming to go through each line because it addresses every single department, every single fund. So it's going to cover a lot in the ordinance and in the appendices. So that's why we put the explanation at the end. And then if you want to spot check some of those individual entries, you can, but we're drafting them and double checking here. So hopefully we don't have any problems.
And I think this is what Alderman Savage pointed out. Our Plan B has become our Plan A. This is the reversal of the COLA. Am I right, Jody?
Correct. It reverses what we did to defer the COLA, and it then takes that 689 and distributes it elsewhere. We use,
But if I could continue with my confusion, this looks like it's substituting the same number for itself on line 1 of page 41.
yeah, so when you are changing the, so let me just explain when that would happen. If I have a fund and the total appropriations are a number, and I'm going to add back a COLA deferral and then add turnover to it, you still want to show that you're making a change, but overall the impact is 0. That's why you substitute and replace the same number, but you've explained in the explanation that you're changing what you did in the budget.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm just slow apparently, because that isn't clear to me, even in the explanation. It says general fund, $0. So that doesn't tell me anything of the order of what you just said. So going on to the next page, is that well, no, that's an actual change of 6,799,000 to 1,138,100. I'm saying there's not been any time to actually trace this all through, and there's really very little explanation. So if people want to rush through this and wave hands at it, that's fine, but I certainly haven't had this long enough to figure out what's going on page by page. There's pages of page by page here with really no explanation of what's going on.
Alderman Tierney, then Alderman Finlayson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't here for the presentation, but just to simplify, is this amendment number 2 reflect Plan B as it's sort of outlined on page 8 of the presentation? Is that what, that's exactly, that's what this is. This is Plan B. And the reason for all the separate line items is just reconciling the line items.
The line items in the different departments.
Okay, so this then is a net 0 to the overall budget because this then is Plan B on accepting all of the reductions. And this is your solution for the unions not.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And the reason it is so long, and you notice there, what we try to give parentheticals on each line item as to which fund it's in, because we want to direct you to which fund it's in. But if you really want to follow along, you're going to have to open your ordinance in your appendices. Now, this is taking the 689, adding back the COLA deferral, because remember, when I did a COLA deferral in the budget, I had to spread it to all the departments, all the funds. So when we undo that, I have to remove it from all the departments, all the funds. Then our alternate step was to add more turnover to the budgets where we felt they could assume more turnover. So then so these entries are combined where you have to add something and then take something back. And some of these numbers show a positive change, some of them show a negative change depending on the department.
So I would just ask, could you explain what we have now in turnover, the description of that? What adjustment that 448,000
Right, so
does?
what we did with the 689 is, remember now we know we don't have to send 240,800 to the transportation fund. So instead, we took that 689 and we used the 240,800 from the budget stabilization fund. That net impact was the 440 number, and we spread that turnover to certain budgets that have enough vacancies that can absorb extra turnover.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Finlayson.
Can we send it to them?
Is your mic on?
Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Jody, under Amendment 2, the first five items, I think I understand. Well, first of all, can Julian put the legislation up so that we can see these lines, these pages and these lines? The ordinance 1620? I think that might help. Because most of us, I think, have the amendments, but we're not able to look at the ordinance at the same time.
He's working on it.
Okay. So my second question, or it is a question, the difference, and let's take line 25 of page 4. The difference is the restoring of the COLA and the subtraction of turnover.
Correct, of equal amounts.
Well, for this one, it isn't an equal amount.
Which one are you on now?
On line 25, page 4.
Hold on. Page 4, line 25.
Is that a transposition for 14,900 versus 419,500?
Well, even in the initial
Okay,
price
okay.
group, it's different.
On page 4 and line 25, this is the refuse fund.
Right.
We take out the 3,272,000, we substitute a higher number. Because
Okay.
they undid the COLA deferral. That adds back to their budget. However, they don't have any vacant positions. So I'm not going to assign them any turnover. They only have a small number of employees and none of their positions are vacant.
Okay. So, and that was just by example, because that was the first one that I
Right.
saw. So that is what we're seeing in all the rest of these. The
Some of
difference
them-
between, the
Yeah,
difference between restoring the COLA
right,
and the reduction of turnover.
right. Some of
Okay.
them will increase because we didn't add turnover back. Some of them will be the same because we fixed the first and the second step was the equal amount. And some of them will go up because, for instance, on a department that didn't have any vacancies, that's very small, we restored the COLA deferral amount, but they don't have any vacancies. So I didn't take any turnover for that department. So their amount goes up.
Okay. I do not understand on page 3 of the amendments, where you break it down and you say general fund $0, sewer fund $0, water fund $0.
Okay.
I don't understand what any of that is.
Okay, so that's saying that that's the explanation section. And what that's saying is that I'm telling you what the net fiscal impact of these changes that you saw on the first 3 pages due to each of these funds. The general fund, it was a net 0.
So only the refuse fund and the fleet operations fund are impacted.
Yes, they added back because they don't have any vacancies and they got a very small number of employees. So I did not add any turnover to their budget. So their numbers went up. For all the other ones, we were able to offset.
Okay. One other comment I need to make. We're talking about the union as if it's an outside entity. Our employees are our union. And so as we're talking about unions, we are talking about our employees, and we should say that, because I think there's a terrible misnomer that the union is some other entity that is controlling things here. These are our employees, and they should be addressed as so. Done, thank you.
So if I may backtrack for a second, all of these amendments in amendment number 2 reflect going to Plan B, which is taking out the COLA and putting in the hiring freeze.
Correct.
So where was that? Okay, I mean,
What, the hiring freeze? No, we're adding turnover.
all right. So, I'm still having a hard time keeping up with you, tracking all of this, because we flip back and forth between Appendix A and the ordinance, but that's
It's unbelievable.
I'm sorry. Can,
Mr. Mayor,
Alderman Savage had his hand up next.
yeah, I just want to kind of chime in and back up a little bit here, because I know we were given some new information, updated information today in terms of we know officially what the union is not going to agree with. We also have information in terms of what we can do without legally breaching the contract. So we may want to adjust some of these amendments. I know I want to adjust some of mine in light of that information. And it sounds like others, like Alderman Arnett, I know want to review some of these in greater detail. So maybe I'd be fine if we want to just postpone the vote, but maybe today, do we want to just go through the list of amendments to see what we want to change so we can give the finance department clear direction and the law department clear direction in terms of what we want to move forward with, what we need updated information on, that kind of thing?
I think that we talked a little bit about it being substantive. And so if it's substantive, the vote isn't final. There's another public hearing and there's another vote on Monday. Am I right, Regina?
Yeah, well, yeah, but that's not, I hear you, but that's the point is, I think some of us want time to review and adjust our amendments in light of some of this new information. And this is the first time we're all seeing these amendments. So before we even, the votes just, it's difficult for us even to have the votes before we can have a chance to do that. I mean, yes, you're right, it's substantive, so we'll probably need to have 2 additional meetings in June, as much as I love to say that.
Sure. Alderman Pound. Mike, please.
I'm sorry. Darn thing disappears from the top of my screen. Sorry. If there was a motion in there somewhere, I'll second it. I think that I agree with both Alderman Arnett and Alderman Savage that, I'd really like to read through these things. I can read them now. It's true, but I can't really read them and study them and think them through. I'd be willing to come back later this week. Why don't we just discuss what we have today and then, come back later. I would suggest later this week and, vote at that time. It doesn't stop us from going on and talking details and all of that. I just don't think it's a good idea to vote.
I'll second that.
Regina?
I'm going to need to know. I'm going to need to know what it is you want. You gave us the amendment instructions. This is an amendment, and I've told you what it does. And we can go line by line on all of them if you want to, but it's a lot of work and a lot of time.
Well, look, hey, I know what my amendments say, but I don't necessarily know what Alderman Savage says or Alderman Arnett's or the mayor's. We haven't seen those. Maybe that's something to think about for next year.
So yeah, the next few amendments,
copy everybody.
Amendments and the description that's at the bottom will tell you what the amendment does to the ordinance.
Oh, is there any reason why we can't postpone the actual vote to another meeting?
Well,
I think that
Gives
we
everybody
will have
more
a
time.
chance to revisit it. So it depends. I mean, some of us believe that, we all believe they're substantive. We know we're going to talk about them more. We know we can add more meetings if this body decides to do that. So we'll see if we want to go that direction. I'd like David Gerald to give some input, please.
Well, it feels like there's one critical amendment that's going to decide where we're going or where we're not going, and that's number 3. And then once we get that out of the way, that's really going to instruct us on how many of these amendments that we need. And then several are mutually exclusive, right? So we're saying the 3% COLA cut is number 4. The 3% COLA cut plus steps is number 5. So both of those won't go forward. And if those go forward, then we probably don't need amendment number 2. So maybe we figure out what we're doing with the constant yield versus constant rate, and then decide which of these are preferred if we, depending on which way we go with that. But that's going to be the linchpin in all of these discussions, I think, is the constant yield versus constant rate. And I think everybody understands those issues without a whole lot of reading and taking it away and thinking about it.
Alderman Gay was next.
Yeah, my question was for Jody. So with the amendment 2, with the turnover, could you just talk a little more in detail about that and who would actually be infected by that?
so
Just assign additional turnover will need
the additional turnover. So most of the additional turnover went into the police budget. Are any of these a net change in turnover? So we added some $400,000 of turnover to police budget. Let's see. We added another $24,000 of turnover to the DPW Streets Division. And we added another $1,200 of turnover to 3 different Rec and Parks divisions. And on the initial one, I had allocated some turnover to MIT, but they're advertising their positions right now and may very well have them filled soon. So I took them out. And that was in the redistribution as well on this amendment.
And the maintain vacancies, is that the list that you showed us earlier? Is that consistent with this?
So what this does, I've increased the police turnover to 717,300. That's the number that's embedded back in there in total. So what that means is for those 14 positions that we were talking about earlier that are vacant, they'll have to hold enough positions open and vacant to equal $717,000 worth during the year.
Okay.
Now, I don't know off the top of my head what all those positions totaled. It would probably allow them to fill some of them, but not all of them.
Thank you.
Alderman Paone.
Mr. Mayor, look, I'm going back and forth on the agenda here, on the book here, to say nothing of my iPad that's right in front of me. I'm trying to keep up. It's very difficult to do. I know that at least two of my colleagues would rather discuss these today and not vote on them. Another one of my colleagues, at least earlier in the meeting, seemed like he couldn't find a couple of the things that we were talking about. I just don't know what the hurry to vote today is. We need to postpone these things, even if it's a day or two, just to be able to sit down, digest what we have to say. I don't really think that, at least right now, voting on the amendments, I was hoping we could put them at the end, but on the, the constant yield amendment that I filed, I'd rather put it at the end and talk about some of the other things first.
Alderman Arnett, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It seems to me like we have the cart before the horse. We haven't even voted on whether we're going to Plan B. And in fact, it's not even clear that we know exactly what Plan B is. It does seem that Plan B has variable changes throughout various pieces. For example, I don't understand, is Plan B taking all of the vacancies in police, some of the vacancies in police? If it's only some, what's the rationale for that? How many is that? I mean, there's a big jump from going to Plan B as a concept to this amendment, which I, for one, will not vote for until I've had a chance to look at all of these changes and see what they're doing. I just think it's absolutely inappropriate, particularly for Finance Committee members, to not have the time to look at this line by line, trace it back and forth like Alderman Paone. I'm jumping from document to document and trying to trace these as we discuss them. But I'm doing that without even having an agreement on the general principle that we're going to go to Plan B. And I think that that's what should be discussed first before these amendments.
So this is the mayor's proposed amendment to move away from the 689,000 COLA deferral to adding it back to turnover instead.
I second that motion.
No, I'm just saying that that's what this does. So it's a.
No, but we haven't even voted on that concept. And we're jumping right into.
But that's what the amendment is for you to vote on.
No, the amendment is to change the budget binder. It is not to go from Plan A to Plan B. Is there a motion for adopting Plan B?
There is a motion to postpone this vote. I believe, Regina. Mike, please, microphone.
I'm sorry. At two different times, there was a discussion about making a postponement. Rob had a discussion and Fred had one, but nobody technically made a motion and got a second. I can't hear anybody.
Well, I'd be willing to make a motion.
I've been raising my hand, so I'm not going to raise my hand anymore. I'm just going to speak. So I will make the motion. You know, the mayor has every right to make amendments to this legislation. You know, we spend more time arguing about, you know, the process instead of getting the work done. I'm a member of the Finance Committee also, gentlemen, okay? I understand what Jody has explained to us, and it really feels like we want more time so we can pick it apart even more. You know, we can at least make some decisions and not just keep talking about it. And by the way, Jody, your mic is not working well. I'm getting notes, emails saying, Jody, it's hard to hear you. So either speak up or change a mic or something. But let's go through this as we had planned to do and look at these amendments. And if we don't want to deal with them, then we don't. But we're just wasting our time talking about what we're going to do or what we're not going to do when we could be halfway through these.
And please remember that everything is going to be substantive. There's a public hearing, there's a time to vote it down again, and we'll probably have another meeting after that. It sounds like everyone is ready for that. But some of us want to postpone, some of us want to proceed. Alderman Savage has put a motion forward. Are you seconding that, Alderman Arnett?
Yeah, I will for the sake of argument.
So I'm just going to get that out of the way.
Could you repeat the motion?
It's to postpone, but nobody said until when.
Postpone this discussion is what it is?
To this amendment 2.
I'd be moving.
Amendment 2.
Oh.
Yeah. Is that right, Alderman Savage?
Yeah, let's have a conversation about it. I'll move that we postpone it to our, whatever the next meeting is that we schedule.
And is that Monday?
Discussion.
Need a date, Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Savage said in the next meeting, that is Monday?
Yes, sounds fine.
Regina?
So his motion is to postpone the vote on the budget legislation until Monday, the 15th. So this meeting, we would only be acting on the 2 pieces of legislation that came off of the consent calendar going forward? Is that what we're doing?
I believe it's just for amendment number 2, or are you talking about the whole thing, Alderman Savage?
I think he said the whole thing.
Well, originally I did say the whole thing, but I can see City Manager Gerald's point that if we have at least some of the votes now in terms of the constant yield, that really will direct what happens with some of the other amendments and will help narrow down our list. So, yes, my motion, I guess, would be to just postpone this item for the time being.
To Monday, is that right?
Correct.
No. We got a second on you postponing the whole thing until some date in the future. So that motion is before you, and there's a second, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Alderman Arnett?
So I don't know how I'm going to vote on that motion. I don't think we need to postpone the whole budget vote. There's plenty of budget I think we can vote on today. But it does seem to me, and when there's an opportunity, I will make a motion that we move to Plan B. Because I don't think we've agreed to that. This is all predicated on the fact that we're moving to Plan B. I don't think we've had a vote of agreement on moving to Plan B.
So the people that vote in favor of amendment number 2 will be voting for Plan B, right?
No.
That's what I'm saying. Amendment 2 is the mechanism by which the council will vote on whether they agree with moving to Plan B.
There has not been a motion presented to have a Plan B.
No.
We had a presentation this morning by the city manager, but there was never any vote or action on the council to accept moving to Plan B.
Absolutely. We are not voting on that now. Now we are voting on whether we're going to postpone the whole group of amendments that we have before us. So I'm just going to get this out of the way. All those in favor of postponing all the amendments that are in front of us, do they have to give us a date? Say
Council meeting.
Next council meeting on Monday, with the show of hands. If you're in favor of voting to postpone until next Monday, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. All those against postponing, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
The motion is defeated.
Ross, you can't vote twice.
I wonder why the sponsor of the motion voted against it.
Alderman Tierney.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Waiting for pitchforks to fly here. I would be willing to vote yes on this to balance the budget because that is the intent of this Plan B. We did not secure the $689,000 by email this morning saying that, and when I say union, Sheila, I'm referring to the union description that Dave Jarrell did in his email that they negated on the 689,000. So this is the administration's plan to balance the budget, if you will. If I do that, though, does that negate the other amendments that I see involve staffing, et cetera, et cetera? Why I'm a little nervous about this is the turnover allowance then gets complicated in with the other amendments. Do you know what I'm saying? I mean, is everything, are you adjusting the amendments assuming that we have taken this turnover allowance? Do you understand that question?
Are you asking me?
Yeah. Assuming you take this amendment and you're balanced with that turnover, how are the other amendments affected addressing staff?
Right. So you vote on this amendment, and at that point, that's the amendment that will be made. But as we consider, and you will consider all the other amendments and those approaches, and if those amendments are passed, then we have to look at the impact of both amendments together and make sure we've incorporated them correctly into the budget. If the point is, as you say, the turnover is going to get, some of them address personnel things, a lot of them address personnel things. So where we want that turnover to ultimately end up is something we'll have to decide on as we consider these additional amendments. Yes. And at the end, we do a balancing amendment that straightens everything up and makes sure all of the intentions have been represented in the final ordinance.
Okay. So in respect to David's suggestion, I'm torn then. Do we go run through and see what the possible impact of these are? And then we vote on constant yield? I'm just throwing that out. You know what I mean? I don't know, but I'll go with your decision. Let's decide on the constant yield and then evaluate accordingly. But that's my concern. I just didn't know what this does. I mean, we all have to be on the same page as far as what are we amending? You know what I mean? I don't want a fluid budget. So I'm willing to say I'll be on this page of accepting this, you know, and now we know.
What's different about this amendment is that it serves to take the mayor's budget and just shift it around a bit.
Well, that's what I mean.
And make sure it's still balanced.
That's what I'm saying.
Within itself.
Yeah.
And then the additional steps, the additional reductions, or whatever you decide on the future, the other amendments will have to take that into account. Is the intention to reduce the overall budget? Is the intention to not do what we voted on for Plan B, but we're going to do this other thing as well and make sure we don't go over a certain amount? We have to decide what that intent is.
So what happens then if we go along? We've got the benchmark here. If we accept Amendment 2, we got a zero, a balanced budget. So what if the future amendments negate this? Are we able to go back and undo it? That's I think that my colleagues' concerns.
As each amendment is considered, and it affects the same line item, doesn't it override? It overrides the previous one. But what we need to make sure is what are the intentions of the subsequent amendments, and make sure that the ending result reflects that. Like if we're trying to get to furlough days for everybody, do the ending numbers reflect that?
So can I make a motion now?
Sure.
I motion that we approve Amendment 2 to have a baseline balanced budget to work off of in subsequent amendments.
I'll second that. All right, discussion, Alderman Gay.
Yeah, I had a question for Jody. On the Excel sheet that says turnover as % of salaries and benefits. Do you have that? So I can ask you a question really quickly on that. You might.
Is it the one you just received a few minutes ago?
Yeah.
Okay, yes, I got it.
Could you explain to me, under the Recs and Parks department, from the mayor's proposed budget, under both sports and then camps and classes, could you explain to me the changes that take place from the proposed budget to the as amended to restore the COLA?
So originally, this budget posted $6,000 into Pip Moyer facility board of turnover. If we add back the COLA deferral effect, we'll take another 1,200. That's the 7,200. So if you look at that first column, the 293,100, right? We're on Pip Moyer line item.
Yeah.
The 293,100 was the original salary benefit number in the mayor's proposed budget.
Okay.
When we add back the effect of deferring the COLA, that number changes to 297,400. You see that number? All right. So then what we did was increase the turnover. Turnover is a negative. It reduces their overall budget. So we, instead of reducing their budget by $6,000 now for turnover, we're reducing it by 7,200 of turnover. So the resulting amount in their budget for salary and benefits was 287,100. It is now 290,200. You see those numbers there?
I do, and it's just that 2.4% change is what it says. Okay.
Right. That's to give you a perspective on how big of a part of their budget these turnover adjustments are.
So how did you make the decision to pick these individual groups or these individual,
on the police, they got a big chunk because they have all those vacant positions. I know which, by looking at the vacancy list, I have a lot of vacancies in police. I have a couple in DPW. I have one in finance that I'm holding open for a bit. And in Rec and Parks, they have a lot of temp and seasonal. So you don't necessarily see vacancies there, but they have a lot of flexibility with who they bring on when. So we pick the ones that have more salary and benefit type items in their budget, just to spread it to the larger ones.
Okay, that makes sense as opposed to the Recs and Parks. Thanks.
All right.
May I ask Jody a question?
Yep.
Jody, those positions in Recs and Parks, are they positions that residents would pay to take classes, for example? Are they revenue generators?
Yes, most of their activities are revenue generators, not all of them. I mean, the Parks Division, I'm not sure they take in any revenue for using the parks. But the activities at Pip Moyer and their camps is there, health and fitness, and Harbor Master, of course, they get revenue in from their dock rentals. And Latchkey too. Latchkey is a big revenue generator.
So is there a negative by eliminating these positions?
We're not eliminating any positions. We're saying you need to make sure that when you have a vacancy, you hold it open a little longer and save us this amount of money.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. I didn't mean eliminate.
We're proposing that we not remove any positions, that we just force them to hold position vacancies open until they get to their savings level that they're supposed to.
Okay, so if they're not filling these positions, they may not be offering the class, the camp, or whatever.
Well, I'm hoping that big of a number there isn't going to impact them by very much, but some of their that handle the camps and classes, some of them are contractors too, like they're specialty dance instructors and stuff aren't on the employee listing, they're contractual.
Okay. Thank you.
Alderman Arnett had his hand up next.
You're muted.
And you sound much better now.
Yes, thank you. I'm trying to digest the spreadsheet that we just got, but I'm back on the amendment. Could you at least explain what the $4,600 for refuse and the $12,400 is? That's the only one that seems to not go from 0 to 0 or have zero impact.
There are two that don't have a zero impact. In the refuse fund, I had deferred the COLA for 6 months for their employees. And when I undid that, I would have added $4,600 to their budget needs. But they only have a handful of employees and none of them are vacant. So I don't think there's any room to post turnover into their budget. So overall, their budget is increasing on the expenditure side by $4,600.
Okay.
The same is true for fleet operations. They only have a handful of positions. And they're not going to have any vacancies going into next year. So when I undid the COLA deferral, it added back to their budget by $12,400. And so I didn't post any turnovers. Their overall expenses there will go up by $12,400.
So again, I'm trying to follow all this through. Doesn't that increase the overall budget way back on line 1 of this thing by the sum of 4,600 and 1,240? Because that's an increase in the budget.
So look at on page 1 for refuse fund. On page 1 of the amendment, if you go down.
Wait a minute. How do I find the refuse fund?
I'm going to tell you.
There it is. All right. I got it.
1, 3, 4, 5, the 6th sentence. In line 25 refuse fund, strike this number and substitute that. That is that difference between what you see, what we just talked about. Their total salary and benefits number and the revised benefits number, salary and benefits number. That's the grand total. That's the grand total for the fund. And then the second set of numbers is salary and benefits.
But my question is, shouldn't that $4,600 and $1,200 and $400 come all the way back up and be reflected in the $86 million?
No, because that's the refuse fund. It's an enterprise fund. It's not
an enterprise
general fund.
All right, I get you. And the fleet operations is
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to call the question. I have seconded the motion, or you have seconded the motion on the floor. Can we vote on this
Call the question.
and move on?
She needs a second
Regina?
not to call the question. She needs a second to call the question.
I second it. Alderman Rodriguez will second it.
There was a second, Regina.
This is on
No, she seconded.
which motion?
She seconded the motion to call the question. You need a second, and you need to get a majority vote.
No. Alderman Tierney moved. Alderman Mayor Buckley seconded. So this is discussion. If you want to go to the question, the presider of the meeting can call the question for a vote.
Alderwoman Tierney called the question.
Yeah,
Are you
right.
saying that you cannot do that?
No, she can.
Right, she did. All I'm saying is that you were in discussion.
But we can keep talking if you want.
The mayor can call the question. He can put the vote on the floor. He can do that now.
So you don't need a second on the call to question?
Right, you don't need a second to stop discussion.
Okay.
The presider can determine the discussion is over and call the question.
Okay, all right.
Did check that Robert's rules. I'm fairly certain you need a majority vote on any
You
called
need a
order,
second.
including a second.
You need a second.
We've looked that up before.
Yeah.
Mr. City Attorney?
The presider can determine that discussion is over and the question gets called. The
Is he
presider,
the-
the presider runs the meeting.
Is it only the presider that can call the question, is what you're saying?
Well, someone else can call the question, and Alderman Tierney did that, but once the mayor decides to move to the vote, he can do that now.
I mean, this is going to be substantive. We're going to go back to this again. There is time, please. This is nitpicking here. Okay, all those in favor of this amendment, say aye with a show of hands. Aye.
I missed that. It broke up. It's a vote on what?
All those in favor of amendment number 2, say aye.
We can't call in the question requires a vote. You cannot just call the question, and the presider cannot go forward with this.
Okay, well, our city attorney disagrees with you, Alderman Savage.
Well, I can make a motion to challenge the decision of a chair because this is not the correct interpretation. That's not Robert's rules.
Mr. City. Well,
Well, that backfired.
Alderman Savage.
I don't agree. If you have a motion and a second, the matter is before the body. When discussion is over, the question can be called by the presider. If you're asking for orders of the day, which Alderman Tierney did, orders of the day requires that you go back to the agenda, which is to call the question for the vote.
So do we need a vote on calling the question?
I think we should just take the vote. Let's just take the vote. If it gets voted down, for goodness sake, it gets voted down. Okay, all those in favor of amendment number 2, say aye with a show of hands. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Of hands.
The motion carries.
Okay.
Okay.
We're at number 2.
3.
So next is the Alderman Paone amendment number 3. Can I get a motion for that, please, Alderman Paone?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Let's start the discussion. Do you want to explain, Alderman Paone?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think what this does is it guarantees that there'll be no increase in the property taxes that our citizens have to pay in these difficult times. Admittedly, the amount of the increase is probably just a little bit more than a de minimis amount, 3%. But the fact of the matter is that whether it comes from the city, it comes from the county, it comes from the state, most of our constituents are not really concerned about that. All they know is that their taxes are going up. They have less money to pay for it. I mean, unemployment has been as high as 25%. It appears to be getting a little bit better, but we're not there and we're not going to be there. The amount of taxes that we pay compared to the services that are received is not, I don't think it's a good ratio at the moment. And I think that this is simply in a small way showing the taxpayers that we care about them. I mean, I'm not going to vote for a tax raise of any kind when a quarter of my constituents are out of work. That doesn't make any sense. I think that we can find the cuts. I found several last night, some of which I'm told were not out of the, or 1 or 2 were out of the general fund. But nevertheless, people are tired of money being spent all over the place and not seeing any particular benefit for it. I'm not a constant yield guy year in, year out. It happens that the constant yield this year is a very reasonable amount. It's close to what the excuse me, the amount I'm asking for is a little bit under. It amounts to a small tax cut, but the revenues are about $1.5 million that will be missed. We can easily find that kind of money to, to cut out of this budget, in my humble opinion. And I think it's just a way to show the taxpayers that we're thinking of them, even though it's not a huge amount of money. Doesn't matter. When's the last time there was a tax cut in this city, a property tax cut? I can't remember. I doubt anybody on the council can either. Now, we're in tough economic times. It's one thing to go around saying, giving out lunches and things like that. That's commendable by all means. I'm very glad that many people on the council and you, Mr. Mayor, have had time to do that sort of thing. But this is where the rubber meets the road. It's just, I think, unconscionable to raise taxes given the economic situation. We didn't furlough workers. We're giving pay raises to people. I think this is a very good statement that we can make. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Gay had his hand up next.
Yeah, two quick things. One, you said that unemployment was 25%, but President Trump just tweeted that the numbers were the highest they'd ever been. People are working like crazy. So I don't know who to believe.
They weren't. It was 25%.
That's your President Fred.
Yeah, right. But just quick question, where was the number, or where'd you get the substitution from? Is that just a 3%? Would that be a 3% decrease?
Yes.
If it goes down to the 7165?
Well, not in the over, it would be a 3% decrease in the tax rate. Yes.
And so basically that would put us where we were like last year or 3 years ago. I don't know how the were laid out up until this point.
I'm sorry, the what?
If this passes and it goes down to what you are asking it to be substituted to, where would that place us in terms of, like, what year was that in?
Last year.
Oh, okay. So it's just
last year, year before, something like that.
If you're asking about when the rate was a similar tax rate,
yeah.
it's less than we have now, but more than we had in 18 and prior. But if you're asking about dollars, it will put us at the same dollars as this year.
Okay.
Alderman Finlayson.
I'm sorry. The dollars are about the same. So.
Alderman Finlayson.
I'm sorry.
So we're talking, if this amendment is approved, reducing our budget by $1.5 million. Is that correct, Jody?
So if you approve this amendment, the revenues that we collect from property taxes will be $1.5 million less than what's in the mayor's proposed budget.
Okay.
Means somehow you got to find another $1.5 million of expense savings from our ongoing operating expenses.
So my question for the sponsor and all others who support this is what services you're planning to cut.
I had a list that I copied you on.
May I finish? We have attempted on a number of occasions to balance this budget on the backs of our employees. Their negotiated agreement, and I think some of us have a misunderstanding on what a negotiated agreement is, but we can have that discussion at a later time. But I would ask that you tell us what services you'd like to see diminished as a result of this change.
I don't think there'll be very few services diminished. Most of the cuts were not personnel. Let me see if I can find what I sent to you last night. Just a moment.
Alderman Tierney.
Yeah, I had a whole list of them. One of them was $600,000 from the police department to eliminating 6 of the 14 funding for 6 of the 14 vacancies at the moment. Another one was about masks from the fire department, which I am told now comes out of the general fund. Didn't know that last night. The rec and parks, there were a number of cuts that had to do with landscaping. Let's see, the seasonal help, since we didn't have a spring sports season. The pool that was supposed to open isn't open and is not going to be open until, well, for several more weeks, apparently, at least. There were lots of places to be cut. Let me, I mean, I have a whole list.
May I ask that your justification be included with your amendment so that we can evaluate them? It is very uncomfortable to think that we would want to deny our firefighters the masks that they need to continue to do their jobs. And I'm sure there's some other issues with the data that's being provided, that you've been providing us. So if you could give us your rationale with those numbers, I think we'd appreciate it.
Well, I pretty much did if you read what I sent you last night, but
clearly
it was late. I don't necessarily, I can understand why you didn't. But the fire masks, I suggested we buy half this year, half next year. And that in a budget of $21 million, if they really had to have them, I think the fire department could find a way to come up with the rest of the money. The police department has a budget of also about actually over $21 million. And they've never filled the vacancies before. They do this every year. They put in for far more spots than they know they could reasonably fill. And this is money that ends up being left over at the end of the year.
And Alderman Pound, we will be coming to those amendments. We will be discussing those amendments.
Well,
they're being formulated now based on the information that the finance department were given last night at 11 o'clock. They are working on those. They've got some of them done. So we are going to go down the line to those and they will be discussed individually.
I understand that, Mr. Mayor. I was responding to a question, that's all.
Thank you. Alderman Gay?
No, I didn't get that at 11 o'clock last night.
Yeah, I think that some of the, I don't agree with this particular amendment to decrease, but I do looking at some of the cuts, if we have to eventually make cuts somewhere else. I mean, I could agree with some of what you have recommended, but not in this particular format. That's all.
Alderman Tierney?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have to look at this. Oh, wait, am I on mute? Yeah. I have to look at this as an alderwoman and as a resident. And the question I'm asking myself is if I'm willing to pay $130 more a month to keep my city in a fiscally responsible position coming into a year of unknowns. I think we have to make it clear. And again, I wasn't here this morning when Director Jarrell did his presentation. City Manager Jarrell did his presentation. But this year, the budget, and I'm just going to be reading my notes here. This year, the budget includes $3.8 million of reductions, as we just passed in Amendment 2. That includes $3.8 million of reductions in our general funded expenditure. But it also includes a dire prediction of decreased revenues in that general fund revenue projections were reduced by $2.5 million in both fiscal year 20 and 21. And that's the main reason why I don't support this, because we're already going in $130 a year, not a month, sorry. So what I want to make clear is that here's a chart, if the public is watching. Property tax is 70% of our revenue. And this is the third and last year of averaged assessments, which were the basis of establishing this rate. None of this is a windfall. This is estimated and projected and needed revenue. However, on the spending side, I think that we're all in this together, and I echo the Finance Advisory Commission's concerns about our unsustainable growth in salaries and staff. So I think if I do my part as a resident, which is 100 and somebody knows how much my house is worth, $130 a year, okay? I want to know that the city is doing their part in addressing what they clearly see in these presentations year over year of an unsustainable growth in salaries. Okay, so I think it would be careless going into a year of unknowns, already reflecting the lost revenue in hotels, lost revenue in parking, lost revenue in development fees, renovation fees. We don't have any parking coming in for this entire year. And yet we have a finite amount of revenue that is coming to us, possibly the only finite amount of revenue that is coming to us that sustains this city, and we're going to pass on it, I think is just reckless and irresponsible. And I have to question my colleague when he says, do we have data that shows that our property tax allocation is not paying for our services? We can't make statements like that unless we can back them up. I'm done, Mr. Mayor.
Never said that.
David Gerald, Mr. City Manager.
I guess I would just caution, it sounds like we're starting to count some of the savings multiple times, because I heard the police vacancies be called out as potential savings for this 1.5 million. We've already counted that as Plan B to cover the COLA deferment. So we just need to make sure that we're not recounting these same cuts over and over and over again.
Okay, so we're going to move to vote on the Paone Amendment number 3.
No, we're not. We haven't even, I've had my hand up to speak.
I apologize, Alderman Savage. Sorry.
Thank you. So I've been going back and forth with this proposal, of a tax decrease, because I think to Alderwoman, my colleague from Ward 1, your remark is right that we do have some looming financial issues. Like I mentioned earlier, that we have the structural deficit, but we also have the structural imbalance, which I do want to see resolved. But I'm torn because during a pandemic, this also doesn't seem like an appropriate time to be allowing people's taxes to go up. I've polled my constituents; they're pretty mixed as well. However, those who said that they're okay with their taxes going up have said they don't want to have them go up simply to pay for raises for city staff when they themselves are making so many sacrifices. And this is nothing against staff. I think they do excellent jobs. I think, I used to be one with the city for nearly 7 years. I had to undergo furloughs and layoffs. But I do think it's, important to look at what other jurisdictions are doing. The county, they have passed a salary freeze for their employees. I don't believe they were able to do it for the unions either, but they've done it for all their other non-reps. No furloughs, fortunately. And for us to be, and I've looked at what other jurisdictions are doing across the country, and I haven't seen any that are actually giving raises like this. So I think this is really just, as Alderman Paone said, it is unconscionable for us to give these raises in this kind of situation. So when I switched, I decided to go ahead and support this and support the tax decrease, because one of my constituents emailed me about sacrificing. And they made the point that they're willing to sacrifice a tax increase and paying more to help out with everything going on during COVID. So why in the world are we not requiring the unions to make a sacrifice as well? This seems incredibly unfair and incredibly short-sighted on the union's end to be not willing to go forward with the reasonable proposal that the mayor and administration led with. And so we have to look at, so I am opposing, I am in support of this amendment. in support of reducing taxes. So again, we need to say that we need to be able to say, you know, who's going to be making the sacrifice? Are we really okay with saying that the only people who can make sacrifices are our taxpayers? You know, I don't think it's appropriate for us to do that. I think that's a bit of a slap in the face to our constituents to say that you alone have to make this sacrifice and not our city unions. And no, I don't think saying city unions means all of our employees. Nearly half of our employees are not represented. They don't get a voice. They don't get a say. It's the unions who end up making this decision. And I just don't think that's right. I think we need to be voting yes on this because, again, we shouldn't be putting this all on the backs of the taxpayers.
So I'm going to hand over to Alderman Finlayson had a hand up next. I know that the unions, the increases in the county from the unions all went through, and I know the non-union members all got a $1,500 bonus, right, or something like that. So there was some compensation to all employees in the county and no furloughs. I agree with you. I just want to say, you know, when we have to negotiate later, I hope people appreciate what happened just now.
We are giving hazard pay to many of our employees, and that's where, again, it looks really bad to give 3 different raises to many of these folks. And I'll say it now, I think this 4-year contract with the unions was an incredible mistake. And the last city manager, Sutherland, lied when she said, I deliberately asked her specifically, can we revisit this if we have some kind of downturn or some kind of crisis? We need to go back and revisit the contract. She said yes. But no, we can't. We are stuck in this situation, giving these unreasonable raises during the time of a crisis. And this is just incredibly bad situation.
Alderman Finlayson. Mike, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for clarifying what the county and others are doing. The alderman is misrepresenting the facts. It may be true that jurisdictions are not negotiating new contracts, but those jurisdictions that have existing contracts are upholding them. And that's the position we find ourselves in. This is a 4-year agreement that we made a year ago, 2 years ago. So this is a commitment that we made and that our employees have been relying upon. So we're not talking, you know, having a new discussion about giving pay raises. This is a negotiated agreement. This is a commitment that was made to our employees. And yes, they can come back and revisit it, and they have. But for those of you who aren't clear about how bargaining works, the fact that the employees came back to the table to have this discussion is revisiting the contract. Now, because it didn't go the way some of us wanted it to go, we're going to look at it as if they refused to. They did not. They came back to the table, and we obviously didn't have a good position from which to bargain. You know, we broke so many of the rules because we chose to put what goes on in the bargaining table in the public domain, which is not how bargaining works, okay? Nothing that is on the table should be exposed until all the details are revealed. You know, you compromise yourselves, and we did. We may have gotten further with this bargaining session had we not chosen to publicize the facts, had we not chosen to attempt to make our employees look like the bad guys. And yes, they are our employees. You know, our shop stewards are our employees who are making, some of them, hourly wages. So yes, they hired someone to bargain for them, a professional, just like the city hires a professional to bargain for them. But all the people within each of these unions who makes decisions are our employees. So you can turn it around however you like, but they are our employees. They are not some separate entity called the union that is unrelated to the people who do the work for our constituents every day. And fortunately, we have a great deal of people in the city who understand this and have supported our employees and still continue to do so. So let's get it right and let's get the facts straight. Let's not misrepresent the truth, and let's not hold our employees as, the sacrifice for the problem that we have. It's not right.
So
Thank
I
you.
saw Alderman Gay's hand up, then Alderman Arnett, I think.
Yeah, quick question. I do have so if this goes to, if this is voted on and passed, Jody, you said that we then would have to make up $1.5 million, correct?
Yes, if you reduce the tax rate to the constant yield, we then have to reduce our expenses in the general fund, the continuing operating expenses.
To make up for it, yeah. So I guess my question is, Fred, what you sent us is nowhere near $1.5 million, is it not?
Yeah, it's
What do you mean, what I?
1.5. It's about 1.6.
Some of that won't, but Alderman Payon, some of it will not work in the way that you had thought it would, in that we are not going to be able to get the union pieces that are in there would bring it down. We had, the masks, you can't use the masks to reduce that amount. Those masks are coming out of a fund balance account for one-time purposes. If you do that, you cannot lower the rate to compensate. Those, you could reduce them and you could not spend it, but you should not lower the tax rate to cover that, because then you're increasing the structural deficit. So that won't count towards your number.
If you look at Fred and my amendments together, we do have more than that 1.5 million.
We got more like 3 or 4 million.
Yes.
We will be going.
Where's yours at?
Mine
are on there.
I see yours, Fred, but I don't see Rob's.
So Alderman Arnett had his hand up next. Thank you, Alderman Arnett.
You're muted.
Can you read lips? I hope not. Rob's amendments are in. We don't have Fred's yet, Dewan. Rob's amendments start with amendment number 4. Several points. One, I agree with the city manager. As we move through the rest of these amendments, we're going to start to be doing some serious double counting. We can only take the vacancies so many times, and then we run out of those cuts. I don't agree with Alderwoman Finlayson. This is not about the unions, but it is going to have to be about employees. And I do agree with Alderwoman Finlayson. When you do things with the employees, you are going to affect services. It is going to be very difficult to find the cuts for this $1.5 million. It is something that is really going to take a lot of additional work. I don't know how much of it we can find, but if we're going to heed what the fact recommended to us, which is to look for some of the non-essential things and not fund them. I'd still like to know what the definition of non-essential is, and put that money in a reserve account, an additional reserve account. We're going to have that same tough problem. The amendment 2, I think it's 2, took care of making a balanced budget of the mayor's proposal. That's done. The council majority voted to do that. This $1.5 million is over and above that. And it is something that I am, in my ward, getting a lot of expectations. We will take seriously, and we will look to see what we can do to find some additional savings that gets us, if not all the way to the $1.5 million, at least a good faith effort to get some of the way to it. And that's not going to be easy.
Alderman Tierney.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the conversation is rambling more to the expenditure side. My point is this is addressing revenue. And in my understanding in taking this $1.5 million is that we then can find savings above and beyond that. I think we're going through this backwards in a way. We don't know where we are to say yes or no to this. You know, it would be nice to go through all the amendments to see what their value is. But do you know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, I think we can, like I said, we have to show the public by taking this revenue that we are doing our part in cutting expenses. But I don't know what expenses we're cutting. We're not going to give up on that. So I just don't know the values of the subsequent amendments.
Alderman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I echo Alderwoman Tierney's comments. The tax or the constant yield or the increase, we're talking about a finite source of revenue. As Alderwoman Tierney said, we're adjusting the revenue side. I don't know why we would cut that revenue side, especially the impact being, like Alderman Pound said, de minimis or nearly de minimis. And that doesn't mean that later, as you're going through some of the amendments, there can't be cuts.
Right.
The two aren't mutually exclusive. And so I think that's important that we note that. Thank you.
Alderman Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just to repeat a point, I mean, we were talking about the employees. I just hear this is about the unions, even though you know, a huge swath of employees are not part of these unions. I tried to join them back then when I was working for the city, but they don't represent a huge portion of us, of the city employees. But as was said, Alderman Payon and I do have a number of cuts between us, which would probably total around $2 or $3 million, which we do. Some of them are on the agenda later on. But also, I think it's important. We need to make sure we're not dehumanizing this in the sense of talking about revenue. Yes, this is about revenue. If we pass this, we're going to have less revenue coming in, but we're also going to have greater expenses if we go ahead and grant these raises to the employees and not find any other cuts. I mean, we need to humanize this in the sense to say this, we are requiring that taxpayers take this sacrifice solely upon themselves. And that is not right.
I think we can vote. How are we feeling? So we have a first and a second, right, Regina? On amendment number 3, the Payon amendment. All those in favor of the Payon amendment number 3, say aye with a show of hands.
Aye.
3 hands. All those opposed with a show of hands, say aye. Aye.
Nay.
Nay. Sorry. And that will be substantive. It will come back. We know this. We've got lots to talk about as we go through these other amendments. I'm looking forward to going through those. Alderman Gay.
Yeah, no, I just want to point out what I found most interesting from, looking at this chart and then just based on a response that we get from public comment and the older people that have opposition, there are like clear, there are large gaps in property values based on our wards and how we cut these lines. I don't know, and I just think that should be in the back of our heads as we move forward and eventually get to the point of reshaping, so that the property value so that when we have these conversations, it's not so dependent on, the same older people, that we all, have equal say in this. Because to the point that I made to you earlier, with the average home in my ward being $300,000, they no effect really, $66, as opposed to if that was more spread out, I guess I would have a little bit of more concern as to like Rob does, or maybe even or Ross or Fred.
It's $66 for the year for a 300,000, but that all adds up to 1.5, which is a huge amount for this city. Thank you, Alderman Gay. Let us move on to the next amendment number 4, the Savage Amendment, 3% COLA cut. Can someone move that? Alderman Savage, in a second.
Second.
Discussion, explanation, Alderman Savage.
Yeah, this was, so this is before I had received some of this information for the unions. I had proposed to do a COLA cost, so basically a COLA freeze for all employees, unions and non-reps. But again, we can't do this. I mean, we could do this, but the unions are going to end up suing us for breach of contract. And so I had also mentioned, I think we had some miscommunication with the finance department, but I had also wanted to get an amendment that was COLA freeze for just the non-reps. And while I don't think that is the fair thing to do, I think it's something we need to do to, again, spread the sacrifice. And if the unions are willing to throw their non-reps under the bus, that's their problem. It's not ours. We've been trying to do this the fair way. The mayor, you tried to do this the fair way, and they just threw it back in your face. So I have no sympathy for the unions anymore. But regardless, again, this proposal is for COLAs for everybody, COLA freeze for everybody. And so I kind of wanted to keep it on the agenda for the discussion, but you know, I'm not even going to be able to vote for this just because it does breach the contract. But I do, again, want to ask if we have, I'm hoping we can have another meeting with other amendments, because I do want to get the other amendment I requested, which is to do this just for the non-reps.
Jody had a hand up.
Yeah, we can draft up, the way the email came across, it was a little bit confusing, combination of me misunderstanding and a typo. So I think we can't quantify the numbers and the general fund impact of a no COLA for any non-reps for the whole year. Is that what you're saying, Alderman Savage? No
That's
COLA
correct, yes.
for the entire year, $680,000.
Yeah, and you might as well include it into one proposal, because I'd like to have no COLAs, no step increase for the non-reps for 1 year.
So you want just one amendment that includes non-reps, no COLAs, no steps for the whole year.
That's correct. So essentially it'd be a deferment on the steps. They can get them in the future when things improve, but at least for next year, no steps, no COLAs. And that's, again, that's also, again, what the county has done, more or less.
Give everybody a stipend.
I know, but that's different. That's essentially, they're not giving everybody a hazard pay. We are giving, not everybody, but we're giving more
we're
people
giving only a portion of our employees hazard pay.
I know, but I'm saying the hazard pay, the county is handling that entirely different. That's not even applying to those of us who are working right now. So that's completely different. They're essentially giving us that bonus, one-time bonus. But they have told us we're getting no raises, no step increases, no COLAs for this next year. And again, I mean, it's unfair to the non-reps, but it's not too much to ask. They would not have a reduction in their pay. They would just have to make do without a raise for another year.
So, Jody, how long will it take to quantify that? Is that, can we put the language in now?
Full year salary freeze and steps. So if you just do it to non-reps in the general fund, no steps, no COLA, it's a little over $1 million, but we have to create one of those mammoth amendments again to split it among departments. So that's going to take a couple hours.
Alderman Arnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm learning the game, so you go to the end and look for the italicized things. Am I correct that if you set aside the COLAs, and we don't know what that is, the net effect of all of these other changes is $138,000? That's not much. I'm seeing 31,000 from grant, 14 from sewer, 31 from water, 800 from parking, 51,000 from transportation, $7,800 from the watershed restoration.
Right, right. So that's what I think that it's easier first to start with that description at the end to tell you what this is doing on an overall basis and what the net impact is. And if you notice that general fund number of 689, this was the request to say instead of deferring the COLA for just 6 months, defer the COLA for the whole year. So that's doubling of that 689,000 that we had originally talked about.
But again, in trying to sort this all out, the last two, the refuse fund and the fleet operation, have already been taken care of in Amendment 2. And until we know what the general fund impact is for no steps and no COLAs for the non-represented, really, we're just left with $138,000 of cut, which is
no. So keep in mind, please, that in the you said the refuse fund. When I was on Amendment 2, when we were done with the refuse fund, we actually increased their spending appropriations by 4,600.
Oh, I see. So this would take that back.
Yes, it would take it back, and it would reduce it another 4,600, because the intention of this amendment is to take the COLA for the whole year. So you'd have to reverse that and take another 4,600 off. So that's what I was saying. You have to look to the intent of the amendment that passed and recalculate the amounts.
So without touching the COLAs and steps, we're talking about $155,000 here. Is that your understanding, Rob?
Are you then referring to the other funds? Is that what you're saying?
I'm just looking at the italicized amounts at the end and adding up, other than the general fund of $68,000, what is the rest of the amount here? And I'm coming up with further reductions that I don't think duplicate Amendment 2 now, of another 155,000, 154 some odd.
All right.
Is that your sense also, Rob?
I don't quite follow what you were saying.
All right, so this amendment number 4, the intention is to not give anybody a COLA for the entire year. We would have to then reduce the COLAs out of the entire budget again. That would be double the 689.
But we know we can't do that, right?
Right. Right. Yes, you can't with the union stuff. You cannot do it without facing a challenge from the union.
Right. So what Rob just said a couple of minutes ago is do it for the non-represented and do it for not only the COLA, but the step increases.
And we do not have an amendment that reflects that change yet.
Right. So all I'm saying is setting that aside, that first line, general fund, 680,000, we don't know what that amount is. The rest of this adds up to $155,000.
Okay. It's all in different funds.
Right. Some of it's in general.
Doesn't address the general fund issue of the.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
it doesn't, because a lot of these are in enterprise funds.
So I guess we can address that in the new amendment, get some of the numbers clarified.
So, Alderman Savage, would you like to amend this one to reflect what we've talked about and vote on this?
Mayor, can't amend that. Have to do a new amendment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, no worries. Shall we vote this one down then?
Yes.
After some discussion, sorry. Okay, we're going to do a new amendment, so let's just move on and vote this down. Is everyone okay with that? Okay. All those in favour of amendment number 4, the Savage Amendment, 3% COLA cut, say aye. Show of hands. All those against? All those against say no. Show of hands, nay.
Nay.
Let's have it. Do we bring that in at the end, Alderman Savage? Or should
Yes.
Finance has to do some new numbers.
Okay.
Right.
We'll wait.
It'll be number 12, right, Jody? What number will it be? Regina, what number will it be? 13, okay.
Okay, let us move on to number 5. Alderman Savage, before we go.
Yeah, this is the same. So for the same reasons, I want to withdraw this amendment because it'll be grouped in with, it'll be superseded by the new amendment that Finance is working on.
Okay, no worries. We'll move on to the next one. Alderman Payne, you had your hand up, sorry.
Well, I did, but I no longer have the question.
Regina has her hand up. Just not make a motion. Okay. Right.
So let's move on to motion amendment number 6, Savage Amendment, Truxton Heights. Can we get it on the floor, please? Motion for that, Alderman Savage, and a second, please. Discussion, Alderman Savage.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so on a completely different topic, this is has to do with our Watershed Restoration Fund, and this is a project, Truxton Heights storm drain improvements, which I know is important to some of you. I think, is it in Alderwoman Tierney's ward? But I know it's for a community that doesn't have any kind of storm drain system. They have a lot of ponding water and so on and so forth. And so they need a storm drain system. It's understandable. However, the proposal, which I think is about 2.5 million, is proposed to essentially leverage our watershed fund for bond funding. And so that means that that 2.5 million would leverage with watershed fund, and so debt payments will be coming out of the watershed fund in the future. And so my concern with this is that that's a very expensive project coming out of the watershed fund, which doesn't have a huge amount of money in it. I don't want to see that impact our potential to do future projects or to get future bonds through the watershed fund for projects that are more in line with the actual intention of the watershed fund, which is to do water quality related restoration projects. This project also is my concern because it does not have any kind of water quality treatment to it. When you create a closed storm drain system that just concentrates the water and you kind of flow, it goes right out the outfall pipe right into the stream. And so you don't have any kind of ability to infiltrate the water, clean it up, that kind of thing, or to slow it down. And so it in many ways works against our water quality targets. And so I really don't think it's appropriate to be in the Watershed Restoration Fund. This amendment would move it to traditional general bonds from the, just like your typical kind of CIP project. I know that's typically what we've tried to do in the county, in the sense that if we have these, if they're smaller projects, I wouldn't be raising an issue. It was a couple $100,000, but this is 2.5 million, and it really belongs in the CIP. And so that's my intention, and that's what this amendment would do.
Thank you, Alderman Tierney.
Unmute. Yeah, I'm not in, thank you. I'm not an environmental expert. All I can tell you is that for fiscal year 2021, we're asking for funds for the RFP for design. So we really don't know what we're doing yet. I could argue that this erosion is coming, it is water quality, because where Truxton Heights is located is at the head of Spa Creek. And I can't help but think that this water coming down from adjacent developments is coming down and getting into our water system. But again, I'd probably have referred to our director of DPW, Marcia, to talk a little bit more about it. But again, the scope of the work has not been defined. I think that if we have this source of money just in financial interest, we should use it instead of putting it over into just a general bond project.
David, can you give us some clarification on that? Oh.
Yes, so the purposes for the Watershed Restoration Fund were just changed either last year or the year before. And this project is within the definition of the Watershed Restoration Fund. So it is an allowable use. It's not, it will have some water quality improvements. It's got to. I mean, we're hoping to have this be a dual purpose project where it both improves water quality as well as provides flood mitigations. As Alderwoman Tierney said, this hasn't been designed yet. We're just doing the hydrology study now for that area. This initial funding of this project in the capital budget will provide funding for design, so that hasn't started yet. So we'll be sure to include as much water quality aspects to the project as we possibly can. But it does meet the current criteria for the Watershed Restoration Fund.
Alderman, and what is the dollar amount? Sorry, Alderman Savage.
0.5.
I think I'm looking at it now. It's 345,000 for FY21 for the study, presumably, and then it's more than I anticipated, 2.9. So it's 3 million in FY22 bond funding. It's all bond funding, but coming out of the WRF.
Thank you. Alderman Annette was next.
Really a point of information. This refers to page 43, but I don't think that's the correct page. Page 43 is the waterway improvement project. So what page is this on in the CIP?
57.
So can we at least get that?
The reason that it refers to, no, it's
I'm sorry.
what's in the budget ordinance appendix D.
But we didn't get an
Appendix D, it is that page number, correct?
We never got an appendices D. We were told that.
It's the pages, it is in Legistar. It's the individual capital project pages for every project that's in the capital budget. So if you look at Legistar and you look at Appendix D, on page 43, you should see this project. It's not referring to the page in the capital budget book.
Thank you.
Alderman Finlayson?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. City Manager Gerald, can you tell us if we move this from the Watershed Restoration Fund to general obligation bonds, what that will do to existing projects already in the pipeline, and any sort of cap that we have set for general obligation bonds?
Director Dickinson can probably explain that in more detail. But what it will do, we have a certain amount of capacity within our debt limit, and it will definitely use a portion
More capacity.
of fairly large projects. So go ahead.
When Alderman Savage asked me to draft this, he also asked for the annual debt service on a project of this size. And I had to do some very basic assumptions, but we're looking in the $200,000 range, 250 for the next 20 years in debt service payments that would be added to the general fund expenses. And that, as you remember, when Davenport gives us our debt capacity analysis, we have that graph that shows the bar and how close it's coming to the 11%, 12% capacity limits. And this will move that bar up by another $250,000. So I don't know what that looks like overall because I didn't redo the graph for this, but it will eat up some of that general fund capacity.
And if we keep it where it is in the water restoration bond funding?
It will be paid for by the water restoration fees that everybody gets on their is it quarterly? It comes out quarterly on the utility bills.
Mm-hmm. So it won't impact our bond rating?
No, it doesn't go towards the capacity limits that we set for the general fund.
Okay, thank you.
Alderman Rodriguez had his hand up.
It was literally the question that Alderwoman Finlayson said right at the end about the bond rating. Thank you.
Alderman Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Dickinson, what's the total amount for accumulated in the Watershed Restoration Fund? And you're on mute, by the way.
All right, so at the end of 20, we're projecting that there will be $3.6 million accumulated in that fund. And then moving forward through 21, at the end of 21, there'll be $3.1 million accumulated in that fund.
Okay.
The watershed projects have gotten off slowly, and it's been accumulating some funding for a few years. And so there's a lot of fund balance sitting there.
Yeah, and here, so just to explain my concern a little more, as an example, the county they've hit their bond debt ceiling, whatever their cap is, I can't recall what it is, for their watershed restoration fund. So they were unable to take any more money out, any more bond money out for their projects until they got completed. I don't entirely know what ours is, but I think, but my concern is that it can have an impact. And so, given that the actual water quality component of this project is not known yet because the study's not done yet. I mean, granted, they have standing water, but that's actually good for water quality because it means it's filtering in. It's not getting washed into our creeks. The nutrients can be absorbed. But again, if we pipe it without putting any kind of green infrastructure, it's going to be a net decrease in water quality. And it'd be quite ironic if that money is coming from our watershed fund. So I'd really rather we didn't risk impacting our watershed fund for future projects. Like somebody had mentioned, we have two very large projects, one on Back Creek, and I think the other's on Blanket. I think the other's on Spa Creek. Very large projects. And we're going to need to make sure we have enough money and debt capacity to have those projects go through. So it's pretty easy for us just to put it over in the general fund this year. Rather than watershed fund. I mean, if it turns out the study's completed and it will include a lot of green infrastructure, we could always change it next year and move it back to the watershed fund. And that's when the really big bill is going to be coming forward anyway. And also, by the way, the Environmental Commission submitted some comments in support of this amendment.
Thank you. Alderman Annette was next.
So if the numbers I just heard from Jody are correct, 3.6 million in 20, 3.1 in 21. This project alone will wipe out the watershed fund. We'll be down to 0.1, 2.9 million, almost 3 million in 22.
No, because we don't pay that in cash. These are bonds. So we would sell bonds and we would pay the principal and the interest on the bonds over time, at least 20 years. So when you take that total cost that you said and you spread it over the 20 years, my estimates, and this is based on a lot of assumptions, is we're somewhere between 200 to 300. It may average around 250 a year in debt service payments that would be coming out of the WRF fund. And so it would use those funds, but not all at once, over 20 years. And then we add every year from the billings.
Right, but that's
on top of that, so the MS4 projects are all cash funded. So the MS4, which is strictly water quality projects, are all going to be cash funded on an ongoing basis. So this will be the first one and probably the last one for a while that will be debt financed from that fund. All the other ones are cash funded on a yearly basis, the MS4.
But nevertheless, unless we move this to general obligation bonds, this does look like by 2022, if these costs are correct, we will run this fund down essentially to zero.
Because it's bond funded. So it's just going to be debt service each year.
All right, I'm confused. I thought that this amendment was to make it bond funded.
Bond funded in the general fund, to move it over to the general fund funded projects and use our debt capacity from the property tax sources and the other revenue sources that we have in the general fund. Taking it through the general fund, not the WRF.
Yeah,
So,
Director. Oh, go ahead.
This will not then, let me see if I understood you correctly. Right now, we have $3.6 million as of 2020 in the Watershed Restoration Fund, which is generated by the quarterly bills. You're saying that
That's
will...
a projection. That was our projection.
Right. And in 21, that'll move down to $3.1 million because apparently, but this project will not touch that $3.1 million. It'll leave it the watershed restoration fund at the $3 million level?
So right now, if we sold the bonds for this project in 21, we would not pay any debt service on it until 22. In 22, we would have an estimated $230,000 of debt service payments being paid from the WRF fund for this project. In addition, some of that fund balance is used to fund the MS4 projects on a cash basis. But as the year goes on, we add more revenue in from the build restoration fee. So all in all, this will not have any impact in 21 in the WRF fund or the fund.
All right, so I think I get it now. So
Okay.
about $200,000 will come out of 22 if we issue bonds
Yeah.
and stuff
Yeah, for 20 years.
over 20 years. Yes, all right, thank you. I understand now.
And what's the total payments we would have to make out of this in terms of the debt payments? You sent that to me, but I can't quite find it right now.
So if you add up the payments over the 20 years, it totals, and these are, again, several assumptions made on this projection, $4.8 million for this 3 million something project, but that's the same that we face every time we borrow one of these for these 20-year projects. The debt service, as you know, with your mortgages, how much you pay in principal and interest far exceeds what you actually use to buy your house with.
Over what period of time? Sorry.
I had it 20 years, 22 to 42.
Okay, so that's what, $240,000 a year coming out of the watershed fund each year
Yes.
in debt payment. Yeah, and that's my concern. Yeah, is putting that debt payment coming out of that fund every year.
Oh, and I should add that this project was built into the rate study. So if there was any impact on the rates being collected, it's been rolled into the rate study. So it's already in the planned revenue stream.
Alderman Savage, has this not been reviewed by the Environmental Commission or supported by them?
It has, yes.
And is it supported? Or?
They do support this amendment because they're always concerned about these. They want to see primarily restoration projects coming out of the watershed fund, and that's been a long-standing concern in the environmental community. And this is not a restoration project. It's primarily a closed storm drain system, which again, closed storm drain works against restoration. Now, I think City Manager Gerald's saying, well, we could possibly include some green infrastructure in this project, and I think that'd be good. But I think until we get the report, it's a bit premature to put this in the watershed fund until we actually know what's going to be going in the ground there.
And I would just add that if it does go in the watershed restoration, that certainly is more of an incentive to have green features. And it may not be a closed pipe. It may be detention ponds and other type structures like that. We just don't know yet since the design hasn't started. But I think if it stays where it's at, that would be more of an impetus to have those types of features.
Okay, are we ready to vote on this? All those in favor of the Savage Truxton Height Amendment number 6, say aye. I don't know. It's still getting funded, right? It's still getting funded one way or another, right?
Yes, it is, but it'll be in the general fund and not the WRF, and we'll have to pay the debt service of $240 through the general fund, $240,000 a year through the general fund.
Did you call for the nays?
Yeah, I didn't call for the no. Sorry, I was.
I just want to make sure we know what we're voting on, what a yes vote means and what a no vote means. So if you vote yes, you're changing to general fund, you're changing the funding and you're pulling it out of the watershed fund. If you vote yes on it. If you vote no, you're keeping it in the watershed fund.
Yes, and it can go back if we redesign it a certain way. Is that right, Mr. City Manager?
Yeah, certainly, that's correct.
Okay.
Question.
Yep.
Did I just hear the city manager say that it would be most advantageous to leave it where it is?
No, and Mr. Mayor.
That's a difficult question. I'm not sure.
No,
what
I'm just,
the pros and
You're in
cons.
the middle, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, you're in the middle of a vote.
Okay.
You have yeas, you have to count the nays, you have to continue with the vote.
Okay, all those in favor, let's do it again. I'm going to vote for it as long as it gets funded. Say aye. Aye. And opposed, say nay.
Nay.
I'm not sure. I'm sorry. I'm really late due to the 2 funerals today of my family members. But anyway, which agenda item are we on?
We're on number 6, the amendment number 6. I'm not sure if you have them in front of you yet.
No. Okay.
You have to print out your email from Takia from around noon.
Okay. Thank you.
And you have to rewatch everything you missed. So yeah.
Today is not a good day.
We need some popcorn.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on to amendment number 7, the Savage amendment number 7, furloughs. Can you please move that, Alderman Savage? Or
No, because we received a legal opinion that showed that from Silvestri and I think was our law office as well that says we can't do furloughs without breaching the contract. So originally we were told that we could do those without breaching contract. So,
okay, so we're going to skip by that. Number 8, Rob?
Number 8. Oh, this essentially just defunds the some of the vacant positions, and so not all of them, but 5 police officers, 1 police sergeant that would still, and 1 police identification specialist. So anyway, I can go into. I'll make a motion before I go into too much detail.
You make a motion to what, sir?
Before I go into too much detail, just to make a motion to adopt amendment number 8.
Okay, can we get a second, please? Alderman Gay with a second.
Okay, can I jump in, Mr. Mayor?
Alderman Savage?
Yeah, so again, it proposes to defund 5 police officers, 1 police sergeant, 1 police identification specialist, and it's 5 out of the 7 vacant police officers. It's 1 out of the 2 police sergeant, and there's police captain that I did not recommend freezing. There's 1 police identification specialist, while there are 2 that are vacant. So I only chose 1 of those positions. And that would be, you'll see, for a total of about an additional $520,000. It also includes 1 maintenance worker 1 and an equipment operator 2 from Public Works Streets. And again, those, if I recall correctly, there are 2 of each of those positions currently vacant, and this just kind of splits the difference. And also, and also part of my rationale for the police officers is that, at least since I've been on the council, we always have vacant police officers every year. And I know they used those vacancies to kind of pay for overtime, but I really question why we need to have these on the books. If they've gone vacant for so long, I think we might as well just remove that money and ideally use some of this money. I'd like to see this money go towards a contingency fund that we can use to fund basically some of these community services that we've heard Alderman Finlayson and Alderman Gay talk about in terms of essentially rebuilding either a community services department or rebuilding parts of our police department to really incorporate some of the community policing that we want to see done. This really just says, hey, we want to see change in direction. So the other positions would be, we currently have 4 vacant bus driver positions. This would remove funding for 2 of those, 2 out of the 4. And again, my rationale is, especially during COVID, we're not operating all of our buses at the same level. I don't think it makes sense to be hiring bus drivers when they're not going to be doing anything because we don't have full service. But believe me, I do support public transit. I don't want to reduce our capacity, though I do have an issue with us getting these large buses that are often empty. Our transit department does not keep adequate data. They were unable to, they said they don't keep data in terms of, they do keep ridership, but they don't have data in terms of how filled the buses are. So we don't know when the peak usage of those buses are in terms of capacity. I kind of want to see that to be able to figure out if we can go to smaller electric vehicles. And I do think we need to look, again, shift towards a transit system that uses those smaller vehicles. So this kind of, again, just recognizes COVID, but also says, hey, before we just automatically hire more bus drivers, let's look at our system over the next few months and see if we want to make a shift there. So that is, yeah, that's essentially it for that explanation.
Going to get Jody to get some clarification on what we can do there.
So with the current turnover that is in the mayor's budget and the Amendment 2 that's been passed, we already have 861 vacancy of turnover in the general fund related to these particular, that would negate the savings here. And we'd be left with a net savings of 135, unless your intention is to add even more turnover to defund these particular positions, and then there's going to be very little funding for any vacancies at all in the entire general fund. And I wanted to comment that I think that Director Gordon may want to join the meeting and comment on the impact. He doesn't run all bus drivers all 100% of the time. He's got some part-time bus drivers he uses to fill the routes, and I don't believe he's just running empty buses everywhere unless it's a necessary route that we have to make available for people.
Director, can I just get a clarification on that? So you're saying net savings would only be, for all of these, would be 135,000 because essentially the turnover, the Plan B has already removed some of that funding. Is that
right? And this would add another $136,000 to the turnover for police and for DPW. I mean, I don't know if there's any more room to be taken in turnover. We've got to leave some funding for extra overtime. So
this would remove an additional 135 from the turnover, you're saying? 136.
And on the transit, remember we have the CARES funding in the transit fund, and that will cover operating costs as needed.
Right. But again, I know my point is we need to be careful about just
issue, and
hiring
Director Gordon
bus drivers when they're not going to be operating the buses.
Okay.
Might bring in Inspector Gordon and then go to Alderman Rodriguez after that, please. Or
yes.
Attorney while he's getting on. All right.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. Alderman Savage is somewhat correct. We don't collect peak hour ridership, but we do collect ridership data. In the last 3 years, all of the buses that we have purchased have been small buses, 28-footers, instead of the large buses that we were getting. We have to try and keep a few large buses because there are routes that we do have capacity now. That's not happening in the last couple of months. But up until mid-March, we were, let's see, I think we carried 340,000 people this year, and we exceeded 400,000 people in the last 2 years. So there's a need for a variety fleet, not too much in the area of variety, but we do need both large and small buses.
Thank you. Alderman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just want to start with, I support the first defunding the police positions, especially given the current climate and the need for police reform. The way to force reform is through our funding mechanisms. And as you said before, Alderman Savage, the vacancies have been there for many years. I think what's important is in defunding the police is making sure that we redirect that money to social services, to community services, So I would love to see that if we can make it so that it's tied to that, like the way when Alderwoman Finlayson did with the pool sale, with the golf course sale towards, and earmark that money for specific use. I think that would be critical. I hesitate more on the defunding or removing the vacancies around the works and transportation. I have a clarifying question around the transportation. Alderman Savage, you said you're proposing cutting 2, but in the amendment it said they're cutting 4 bus drivers. So just want to clarify that.
Thank you. Yeah, it should be only. Oh, it does say 4. Yeah, I thought I said 2 only, but yeah, thank you for that catch.
Okay, yeah, and I mean, I hesitate to cut on transportation, and I would consider that an essential service, and I understand right now, given COVID-19, there's less use of public transportation, but it is an essential tool for many of our residents, and I think it disproportionately affects members of our community with lower income and who rely more on public transportation. So I would be hesitant to that. So this is to say, like, if I would support an amendment that removes the vacancies of the police and redirects that money, I am a little more hesitant on the public works and transportation. Thank you.
Alderman Finlayson was next, then Alderman Gay, and then Alderman Tierney, but David Gerald wants to give some clarification.
Yeah, again, we're double counting these vacancies because we've already taken these police vacancies with Plan B. So we need those savings to cover the COLA deferment that we didn't get. So we can't keep counting these same police vacancies over and over.
Yes, thank you. Well, one of my questions had to do with the identification specialist in the police department. And we've had the discussion about the elimination of some of the vacancies in police that have been vacant for multiple years. But we also need to think about our adequate facilities necessity. Because I understand, if my memory serves me correctly, the reason we kept the 124 funded was for adequate facility. And maybe the chief can address those 2 things if he is on the line. And thank you, Director Gordon, for those numbers on your capacity for your routes. You had mentioned them to us before, but it's good to hear them again. Is Chief Jackson on board?
Are you on? Chief Jackson, can you patch in? Anyone from the OPD on the line, please?
Looks like Chief Jackson's coming on. There he is.
Okay. Yeah, I heard the question of the first part. You're exactly right. The Alderwoman's right. The reason why we have the 124 is based on the APF. And one of the questions I've posed since I've been here, the formula that we use to justify the 124, that's not clear either. We use a 3.2 per 1,000 ratio, 3.2 officers per 1,000 residents based on the 2010 census data. That's the formula. Of course, there'll be new census data that'll be published very soon. And who knows what that's going to reveal. I think it's going to probably reveal some population growth in the city of Annapolis. And then if we follow the ordinance, we would have to go back using that 3.2 per 1,000 ratio and make any other adjustments. So there's multiple things going on. If you defund those positions and shrink the department, I argue that it should be larger than it is, for the very reason that Alderman Savage talked about. You know, defunding policing, I believe the spirit of defunding policing in America is to repurpose policing. You know, it doesn't mean cutting positions. It means that we take a more social approach to the problems that we confront and retool the skills of police officers. I believe that it means defunding. It means not to buy more guns and tanks and paramilitary type equipment, but take that money on crime control funding and repurpose it on a social approach. That's just my personal opinion. But to get back to that statement, yes, we got to be careful if we're going to follow. I don't know if Mike Lyles is still on the line, but if we're going to follow the ordinance, then we have to be able to make sure that the size of our force is commensurate with any growth that we have in the city. When you put up hotels and and housing, and the last one was, I think, the Eastport Loft. The Eastport Loft was the last facility that my office had to do an assessment on, and we came into a little bit of it had to be mitigated because we didn't have the personnel to address what that 3.2 per 1,000 formula mandated. So we had to mitigate that along with Mr. Lyles and come up and Dr. Nash, Sally Nash, and come up with a compromise as to how we're going to adequately protect that facility.
Thank you. Mike, did you have an opinion on that?
Yes, the chief is right. We have to be careful about the balance that we're striking with some of these. And I was going to opine earlier that the council has to be careful with dealing with the detail of how to manage a department, because that's specifically and squarely under the ordinance and the charter within the city manager. So if the council wants to cut 500,000 from a department, that's all well and good, and that's within your purview. Once you start tinkering with the particular positions, there's a balance to be struck because there are a lot of other competing interests that the city must manage. Adequate public facilities is one. Needs and interests that change, that the directors and agencies who have staff on the ground are more familiar with. And so once you start tinkering with particular positions, it gets a little difficult. And I think we just have to be careful and present you the information so that you know all the things that have to be dealt with, especially in police and fire, because we're adding requirements. Say, for instance, with sprinklers, we're adding requirements for inspections for sprinklers. So if we're cutting fire, we have to make sure that we're balancing the additional demands that the council is putting on the city manager. Just wanted to make sure we had understood that.
Thank you, Alderman Gay, and then Alderwoman Tierney.
Yeah, quickly, I agree very much with Alderman Rodriguez in his comments about, taking the funding that we are cutting from here and using it in areas that would offset the cuts. Because if we cut police but don't give money to the social programs that would help reduce the crime, then we just have chaos. And I also agree with part of what Chief Jackson said in terms of, similar to Alderman Rodriguez's point that cutting and putting the funding in appropriate places. I think that's why we talked about it with the youth violence resolution, using some of the additional funding for police vacancies to hire, therapists or social workers that would work hand in hand with the police department to assist. Again, defunding the police, by taking officers off the streets, but not completely defunding it to the point where there is no accountability in the streets. So I completely agree with that. I think that the dollars should not go directly to police officers, but some sort of other overview that would help regulate crime and social services. And then I have a quick question for Director Gordon in regards to the bus driving. I do share Alderman Rodriguez's concerns about, removing some of the drivers, but if it can be justified by that we already have the appropriate amount of drivers, or the routes can be, I don't know, we talked about that, revising the routes just to make it more efficient. And I'm not really sure where we stand with all of this in the Department of Transportation, because I know we're bringing in the 2 bigger buses, but I thought we were working on reducing the fleet so that we can, have safer and cleaner routes. And I thought we were, a lot of things were being mentioned in that report that you brought forward that would kind of help revitalize transportation. And I think we're going backwards on that.
Director Gordon?
Yes, thank you. The buses that we are bringing in are replacement buses for vehicles that have reached the end of their useful life. It's a one-for-one swap. Again, we've replaced 4 large buses over the past 2 years with smaller buses, but we have to maintain some larger buses. And when I say large, that's 30-foot. That's the smallest of large buses made. If you compare our buses to MTA and others, their smaller buses are 40-foot long. So these are smaller buses, but there are times in the year when those buses are at capacity. So we have to try and maintain the fleet that we have. With regard to drivers, we're at a point now where we have some attrition. We've got some drivers who are retiring, and that has brought on the vacancies that we would need to fill to keep the number of drivers we have. We also have, I think, about 10 part-time drivers that we use to operate our buses in the evening. So the vacancies there, yes, they're there, but we had intended to fill them because those are the result of the older drivers that are now currently retired.
Alderman Tierney, then Alderman Rodriguez had his hand up.
Yeah, am I on? Yeah, unmute. Sorry. I was all about getting an established baseline, and my question is, could we just have another definition of what is in the turnover in Plan B? As far as I know, I know City Attorney Lyles doesn't want us to get into staff, but we have to kind of know what we have for the, was it $717,300, Jody, in Plan B? I just don't want to touch those positions twice in our following discussions.
Right.
That's all.
So when we took the turnover, it's just a general turnover number for the department itself. And initially, like I said, we had taken 318,600 from the police department. Then when we had to do the Plan B, we added more and ended up with 717,300 there. Right. So overall, they have to maintain vacancies of that total. Now they do have more than that in their vacancies. The more you strip out of their vacancies, the less flexibility they have to fill what they consider to be critical positions. So we're doing it in a general way. This reduction had cut particular positions. So comparing the two, you don't want to double count.
And with police, do we have a threshold? Do we have a known threshold on adequate facilities that we know now that we can't go under?
So I can't speak to the adequate facilities requirement and what happens if we defund enough positions where we don't have adequate facilities. That would be a legal question. It's my understanding these positions are there because of that requirement, and defunding them removes that funding. So I don't know what we're in from what the ramifications are from a legal perspective.
Yeah, that was actually kind of my question. And then lastly, I agree totally with Alderman Rodriguez, and this is a legal question. If we earmark a fund, I would be willing to develop another fund so if we do, for lack of a better word, defund the police department, but whatever that the meaning is not defined adequately, but I think from the public tenor nationally, we're using this term defund. But would we have to set up? I think I'd want to have it pulled out and addressed separately. It's such a big deal. Do you not agree?
Is that a question to me?
I don't know. I guess I'm asking.
Yes,
I'm cross-asking Alderman Rodriguez.
I don't know.
Or Dwan. That this is. I don't know if I want this to be smushed into one amendment. It's probably a separate issue on the police.
Speaking based on the code of the charter, if you have a number that you want the city manager to further reduce, and it's supposed to come out of police, then that may be the best option, and let the city manager and finance figure out how to get there. Because once we start tinkering with the minute details of everyday operation of the city, you then have to open it all up, and it almost, you take away the authority of the city manager to manage the city based on the number you give them. If you give them a number, I'm sure they can come up with an appropriate solution that will address the needs of the citizens' requests for service as it's currently laid out. So we've got to be careful about the getting too detailed, because I think it then takes away the authority of the city manager to manage to the number that you want.
Yeah, I agree with that we're just appropriating the money.
Can I chime in for a minute? If it's appropriate, can I chime in?
Chief Jackson.
Yes, I heard earlier, I forgot who said it, but somebody's talked about defunding the ID specialist. And the ID specialist is just another name for our crime lab technician. And we only have one certified crime lab technician that can testify in court as to the processing of evidence. So I think that to that point, I think that before any of these cuts are done, it would be my suggestion to the mayor and the city manager that we look at all these positions and go over them before we do. Because if we take that one position away, then we have nobody literally, because we operate at a deficit anyway on the administrative end of the department, which may be another discussion. We have people, part of the problem with the efficiency of the Annapolis PD is that we have too many people multitasking. Not trying to create layers of bureaucracy, but we have some people doing 5 different things. What we don't want to happen, or my advice would be as the police chief, is that we defund positions where only those people can do it because it requires certification. And that's just one example that if that decision is made without an assessment of every single thing that we do and every single position we have on our organizational chart, then we may, if we're going to still operate, and we're accredited, by the way, too, let me throw that there. We are accredited by the Commissioner on Accreditation for Law Enforcement Agencies, and we just got our accreditation renewed, which is hard to do. And if we take away some of those things, we are subject to lose our accreditation. That's one of the things politically that the Black Lives Matter and other organizations are calling for, is that national agencies, police agencies be accredited. Well, guess what? The Annapolis Police Department is already ahead of that. We are accredited. And that's one of the mandates that a lot of these specialized groups are calling for. So we don't want to do anything, or at least it'd be my recommendation, that we not make any decisions that would jeopardize that one thing that we do have going for us, amongst other things.
Alderman Gay, and I just want to reiterate here, David Gerald, we are double counting some money here, right? It's not money we can save right now because we've already voted on filling those positions. It's about whether we want to eliminate them indefinitely. Is that right?
That's right. So part of the vacancy reduction that we already discussed as part of Amendment 2 looked at some of those police positions. So we just need to be cautious and thoughtful as we move forward that we've already counted those, at least some of those police vacancies already.
Alderman Gay?
Yeah, I have 2 quick questions. I guess the first being, so how many, currently you said that you have 1 police identification specialist hired?
Chief Jackson?
That's
one, and then we have 1 in the contract.
Yes, we have one. We have 1 in the contract capacity, and I'll let Paul Major Herman speak to that. He's here.
It's slightly complicated. In order to retain our accreditation, in order to maintain our accreditation with the state, all the things that a crime lab technician does are governed by accreditation authorities with the state. So there's a good deal of regulatory compliance. To comply with that, what we had to do is we had to create a crime lab supervisor's position. So what we're attempting to do is hire somebody into the police ID specialist and then create a supervisor's position to comply with the regulatory issues. So the person who was in that position is currently in a contractual position, and we're creating a supervisor's position. So as you can see, these things get a little complicated. There's a fair number of moving parts, and to simply take a snapshot of the positions as they exist at one point in time, and to try to infer from that we can have savings by defunding a particular position is a little misleading. I don't mean to say it could be misleading to take that snapshot and to make those inferences. So I think these things call for a fairly careful combing through of the specifics of each one of those positions. There are some positions that if needs be, we understand that these are tough times. We could manage some of these positions to defund them and to do something with the funding. But as Dave Gerald just said, in some instances we'd be simply double counting the funding. That doesn't do anybody any good. So I mean, it requires a bit more of a deliberate going through of each one of these specific issues.
So if you're, I guess my question is, if you are already meeting accreditation with the way you're operating currently, and we were to remove this this position, how would it affect the outcome of the job? Would it be a drastic change, or would you still be able to operate?
You mean in the police ID specialist thing in particular?
Yeah.
Yeah. In that instance, the situation we're in, we would be unable, if we lost that position, there's two things. One, operationally, we wouldn't have anybody to collect forensic information, forensic data on a crime scene. We would.
I'm saying, like, even if they are in a contractual capacity. So if you just stick with the contractual employee, would they be able to collect the data and do, you know, when necessary, as opposed to hiring an entire or hiring someone for salary and benefits to have to carry that role out?
Well, I want to make sure I'm answering your question precisely. There's the issue of workload. The workload is such that we need more than one person doing it. So there's that. And then there's the issue of the complexity of the job requiring specific skill sets to meet accreditation and to meet the governance of the state requirements. So it's actually two things going on. One is we need more than just the one person because of the volume of work. And the second is we can't do without, to meet the requirements, we'd have to have the specialized skill set in that job position. Is that answering your question?
Yeah, so I guess my next question then would be, of the 117 or 16 that are currently hired, and going through, what positions would you be comfortable with letting go?
We prefer none, but there are a couple of contractual positions that have remained vacant that if as I say, if needs be, I don't know if you have in front of you, Jody had them in the original, in the first cut of the report. There were a couple of positions, contractual positions, that we desperately need to have filled, but understanding, you know, times being as tough as they are, we would be willing to have some conversations about those. One, I think, was a IT specialist, I think it was. It's IT manager, which, mind you, we're in the middle of a critical upgrading of both our CAD, our computer-aided dispatch, our records management system, and our time and attendance. So it's a critical position. So it wouldn't be an enjoyable thing having to give it up, but we understand that that's one thing we potentially could give up if we absolutely had to, because we've been trying to fill the position. It's difficult finding somebody at the salary we're offering, to be frank. But I didn't want to get down that rabbit hole. But there's reasons why. So I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying I think that the idea, like as my other colleagues have mentioned, I think that the idea of shrinking where necessary to, especially in, you know, like terms of financing, that's the true commitment to change in policing. And I'd like to see exactly where we could do that without causing great harm to the department and how it operates. But I mean, at some point, I do feel that we have to make some cuts to, you know, transform policing in some way.
Yeah.
Alderman Rodriguez? Alderman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, and to
then Alderman Savage.
Continue to echo Alderman Gay's comments. So like, this is the one time that we have the actual authority right now with the budget to force these changes. And so I understand maybe more deliberation or study of what positions are the best ones to defund, acknowledging and understanding that in the ideal world for the police department, you don't want any defunding or cuts, but the truth of the matter is like, this is a time that we can do it. And so if there's a way that we can do it right now and leaving open the conversation of exactly what positions, or instead of the ID specialist, what other position instead of that one, if that one's so critical. And again, put that money in a contingency fund or something until the study is complete of how to best use those dollars with the philosophy that they'll be used, or the principle that they'll be used for public services, for social services, whether in the forms of caseworkers, counselors, social workers, and sort of money back into the community as well. I think now is the time to really have a conversation. And I'm not sure, Alderman Savage, were you proposing cutting? Was it one out of the two? Because the ID specialist, so they would still have one, right? Like,
correct.
Yeah, and so that's something important to know. Like, so we're not removing the 2 ID specialists that were requested, only 1, and so therefore you would still maintain the accreditation that I completely appreciate and how important that is.
May I speak to that?
Yeah.
In principle, well, the difficulty is what I alluded to earlier. It isn't just a matter of maintaining the accreditation. There's also the actual workload. And I would encourage everybody that's making these decisions to understand that each one of these positions represents a delivery of service to the citizens. And for example, the IT manager, in goodwill, we're suggesting that perhaps we could give that up, but do understand that the very thing that person would be delivering would be a reform of the police department. There's an accountability and a fiscal accountability aspect of implementing the software program that we bought for time management, time and attendance. I hate to say something's going to pay for itself because you hear that all the time, but there's a high potential that thing's done correctly, we could drastically reduce overtime and have a better time and attendance for all the officers. The CAD and the RMS, there's a whole aspect of criminal intelligence information, mobile reporting, accountability for property. I could go on and on with all of the things that those reforms are going to bring to the police department. Pulling that position has the effect of compromising our ability to implement those reforms. So I would just encourage everybody making these decisions to consider the service that's being delivered to the constituents as these things are pulled.
Yeah, and I can completely appreciate the service, but I think what our constituents and the world and the community are asking for right now is redirecting that. And the models are showing the best way. Reform is very difficult if you're just trying to reform a culture. And I'm not saying, we have a very great police department here in Annapolis. We're lucky in that sense. They're compared especially to other municipalities or jurisdictions. But there needs to be reform regardless, because the models aren't working, and to the best to provide the comprehensive solutions that community policing and it should be community wellness, community safety should be more the term than community policing, in my opinion, in the sense of, and so I understand that usually the approach of public safety, we think of throwing more bodies and uniforms at it, but the truth of the matter is that's not a model that works. We need more social workers, we need counselors to accompany and make that a comprehensive approach. And that is what our constituents today are asking for. And so there's been consistently 10 or so vacancies every single year, and you still operate and you still provide the service that you need to protect and serve the community. So I'm just a little confused also, because I know every time we talk about cutting $1 from the police department, especially, it's all these risks and unknown and the scary stuff starts coming out saying we won't be able to do. I remember the first budget, all the things that were thrown out saying like that gangs were going to take over if we cut a position and all these sorts of things. And so I completely understand that. So, I mean, I think we have to put our budgets are a moral document. I heard someone say earlier they're a political document, but this is a time to put the money where the community wants it to go. And so I totally appreciate that this discussion should be a constructive discussion, engaged with the department to make it the best, for sure. So I look forward to that in this budget cycle, to take that first step and make it happen.
And I want to say one other thing too that I don't think has been said. I can appreciate that, and I'll be the first to say it needs to be reformed. But when we talk about this idea of vacancies, I think it should be noted that a lot of time attrition occurs. We can have 10 vacancies, but then we have people retiring. It's not that we don't want to fill those vacancies, or don't have the ability to fill them, or they're not even, it's not the fact that they're not needed. But law enforcement is very unpredictable. It's a very complex organization with a lot of moving parts. So when you evaluate the vacancies, it's not like we produce widgets and then we just don't get 10 people or 16 people to fill those. Our attrition, a lot of times, as soon as we fill one position, then either through retirement, or sometimes, unfortunately, it's due to discipline. We have to terminate somebody's employment, and that creates a vacancy. So I just wanted to be said, this is not to sway the argument one way or another, but I keep hearing vacancies and used as if we don't attempt to fill them. It's a very transient proposition. And so that shouldn't be tied directly into the efficiency or the efficacy of how we operate and whether those positions are needed or not needed. So I just thought I'd throw that in there.
Thanks, Chief. I completely appreciate that. But completely appreciate that. And I think it goes to the premise or the spirit of this essentially is to cut 10 positions and reuse the vacancies because those are the ones not currently filled, and redirect those bodies and money to a different location. I think that's the spirit of it. And how do we get there then maybe is a different conversation, instead of micromanaging what positions you should get and not, as Mr. Blas was saying. I completely appreciate that. And then in terms of like APF being something we have to balance with, I mean, the city council drafted APF, we have the ability to change it. So if we're not going to be in compliance with the current level of APF, we change APF ordinances. Often we recently changed for school capacity a couple times and over the last couple of years. So it can be done to better fit the needs of the community. And lastly, I just want to switch over a little bit to the transportation, because I was thinking about this more, and I don't know if Director Gordon's still on, but I was, especially in this COVID times, is going to be continue over the next year or more, regardless of things starting to open up, actually increasing bus routes, of availability of buses, even the size, almost we have to rethink it, because it's essential. And it's about equity, because we don't want overcrowded buses. We want people to be able to do socially distance within the bus system. That's something and again, I think it's an argument about equity. So I want to make the case to continue to support our transportation, because I do see that as I hadn't thought about it until really right now. Again, it's about that access. So thank you.
And I'm just going to get everybody, there's a lot of people with their hands up. I'm just going to get Jody to clarify again that there's only $110,000 left after the thing that we voted on, amendment number 2. So we would love to repurpose the money, and the intention is great, but is there the money, Jody, to repurpose? And is that 110 or roughly that number, how much of that was from the police department? There were public works numbers there were transportation numbers in there.
All right, so if you look at the particular positions that is being proposed here, and you look at the total cost of those particular positions, it totaled $839,000. But we have already, and I'm talking police, we have already taken turnover against 717,300 of those. That leaves about 121,772 for this extra piece for these particular positions. And that's only the positions that were cited. There were other positions that are vacant that aren't considered, but for those particular, we have already reserved against them. So so that's the leftover, the 121.
And then in this bill, there are transportation and their public works. So it's a lot going on in one bill.
So in the amendment, they also removed two public works vacancies and 2 bus driver 1s and 2 bus driver 2s, 4 bus drivers and 2 public works employees. And so, yeah, so that doesn't include those amounts, but in this amendment, it includes those as well.
Alderman Savage was next, and then Alderman Tierney, and then Alderman Paone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
They really were up. They were, Sheila, honestly.
So
hand up for half an hour.
So
Everybody did.
I want to know more about this overlap with the Plan B turnover. So what exact positions on my list were not frozen by Plan B?
Jody?
So you cited specific positions, and I added up the savings, took the funding away for all of those positions. I totaled that up to the 800 and for police for 839. We have already, in the mayor's original budget, we had put 318,000 of turnover in against positions. But our turnover allocation is general, not specific. So your proposal was to remove these particular positions. We've already taken turnover against them. Then when we passed Amendment 2, we took another chunk, which totaled 717,300 in total turnover against vacant positions. So our turnover is general. You were citing which particular positions you wanted to remove the funding for.
Right. So your freeze. So your position freeze essentially is just general per department without specifying what the positions are. In terms of which positions are going to be frozen, that's determined by under the turnover. That's determined by who, the city manager or the department directors or both?
So with the turnover, we put it in the budget, and then the city manager along with the department head would decide which can be filled and which can't be filled within the constraints of the budget total.
Okay, so I guess my point is,
so those are the ones that are determining what's critical and what's not.
Right, I understand. So, but my point is then, essentially you've frozen you've defunded positions with the turnover.
Correct.
Okay, so would that not impact our APF just as much as this would? We've essentially defunded police positions without specifying, which essentially gets around, I guess. Does that get around the APF restriction? I mean, we've done the same thing, defunding, but are we saying that's somehow okay with our APF?
So that question I think was asked in another form. I don't know if it was you or somebody else, but I referred to our city attorney to answer that question because I'm not an APF expert and what it means to defund or add general turnover or whatever. And I don't know if these special positions like the ID specialists are a part of APF. So I don't know enough about that to comment.
The city attorney.
Yeah, this is why the detail of personnel moves resides in the code and the charter with the city manager who's dealing with it on a day-to-day basis, and they reflect an interest in remaining with the APF. There may be some additional things we have to do with the code as it relates to APF, and we've addressed that with some cases that have come up. But right now, with the interest in the council in reducing the budget, the city manager is trying to balance the two. One, do what's necessary to make the reductions required, but also try to, over time, see if we can reconnect with APF limitations. There are some things we've been trying to do, and we'll probably bring some amendments to how the APF is calculated and structured after talking with the police department, because there are some problems with how it is interpreted right now.
Right. Okay, well, okay, I'm still not hearing a clear answer, but I guess I'll just move on because it sounds like for some reason, the turnover is not being interpreted in a way that impacts the APF, but for some reason, my amendment is being interpreted in a way that's going to impact the APF. But again,
Well,
as Alderman, I think
everything will impact the APF. Everything will impact the APF.
Point of order.
How quickly,
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
how quickly do we get to that point?
Someone else was speaking and was interrupted.
He was answering him, Alderman Paone.
So I guess the point with Alderman Gay, your comment that we can, I think it was you, or maybe it was Alderman Rodriguez, that we can, the council, we can always change the APF if we need to, and look forward to working with the law office on that. I know on a tangent, but I know Plan and Zoning has drafted some changes, or have actually declared some regulation changes without coming to us first, but we can get to that after the budget. My other turnover question is how much turnover is in the transit department? I know there's concern, again, understandably from Alderman Rodriguez and Alderman Gay about transit drivers, but how many of these positions are essentially going to be frozen anyway with the turnover? So what's the amount, the total coming for them for turnover?
When I originally drafted the mayor's proposed budget did not include any turnover in any of the enterprise funds. But when we went back and corrected the COLA deferral, I had to add some back to their budget. So in turn, I took back a general turnover so that there would be no net impact because there are some vacancies in transit. And you're going to have to give me a minute to find out which one, how much of that was.
Okay.
That was transit.
I'll move on then. Let's see. I guess to the one thing that concerns me is that the games we're playing with the turnovers, that we're essentially saying we're taking these savings that we could have used from freezing these positions, right? We could have used those savings on some contingency fund to help go towards community services, which again, I support. Many of us have talked about wanting to see, but there's simply no funding. We can't be continuing to build up our staff when we have already escalating staff costs without corresponding cuts. But in this case, the turnover money is being spent internally to essentially, we're using that money, which again, we could be spending on COVID related in terms of community support issues related to COVID or just generally community service. And we're using that to spend it on raises for our employees. And that again is part of the problem here. And that's the dilemma that we've been put in by these unions. But to the chief's point, and I think it's already been made by Alderman Rodriguez, the two ID specialists, there are 2 vacant positions. I'm only proposing to defund one of them, so that they would still get one to fill if they need to. And also, I want to make the point, I really want to see a shift towards a new model of policing. We've heard really nothing about an overall shift except for a civilian review board, which I think is great. I support it. We need to do that, but we need more. We need more than just the status quo, which is more officers on the street. We need community services. We need community policing capacity. And we've heard nothing in terms of that, in terms of vision from our new police chief, police department. And this is the time. And that's why I think the benefit to freezing these positions, however we do it, is beneficial, because it gives us the chance to say, maybe we don't want new police officers on the street. Maybe we want to invest in some kind of community services or community policing. And if we fill these positions, we don't want to lay off people. So now is our chance to kind of move in the new direction that we want to go. And I'm kind of frustrated every year, as Alderman Rodriguez kind of insinuated, we go over trying to find ways to reduce our staff costs, and we get the departments that come up and say, oh no, we need more staff. Employees are doing the jobs of 2 people, or they bring up the specter of MS-13. But I have to say, as a government employee here, it's always been the fact. That's how it is. You are overworked as a government employee. Every government job I've had, that's how it is. And so I think at this point we need to move beyond that and just focus on, if we're going to be serious about funding community services, and if we're going to be serious about moving to the next level, about reorganizing for the future.
The positions are frozen. Alderwoman Tierney was next, then Alderman Payon, then Alderwoman Finlayson, and then Alderman Arnett.
Maybe Mr.
Right
Mayor.
behind that is Rhonda.
Mr. Mayor, with due respect, maybe I can stop that. I really want to call to question this. We have gone down a rabbit hole that is almost embarrassing. I don't think we're going to get anywhere with the police, a respectable police department at the meeting. They're going to defend their positions, of course, with every reason possible. I think that we cannot have this discussion any further. And I think our city attorney gave us an out, and it's very simple. We say, as councilmen, we need to defund the police. I'll throw out a number. They're looking for $2.1 million ad in the budget, $1 million. And then you figure out how you're going to do it. That's what Michael Lyle said, that we have the authority to do. So we don't have to get into this whole back and forth about positions, because of course every position is justifiable. But I think we can tap into this public angst right now and show them that we're going to make an effort. We cannot possibly do it today, but we can make an effort to say, look, we're looking at defunding collaboratively with the police department on defunding the police department by $1.5 million. If you want me to write that amendment with the finance department's support, I will do that. But I still have a call to question on ending this discussion.
Regina, on calling the question, sorry. Regina?
There needs to be a second, and I object to it.
I second that.
Waiting patiently to get in. Ellie, you had several turns. Some of us haven't had one yet. So
I don't know about that.
Not on this.
So Ellie, you won't have the votes to call the question, Ellie. So let's continue. Alderman Payon is next. Sorry, Rhonda, I've got you at fourth on the thing. Thank you, Alderman.
Yeah, I was going to call the question, Mr. Mayor, but I couldn't because my elbow is stiff from having to stand up for 40 minutes while people are talking out of turn. Mr. Mayor, I would ask that we be able to take about a 10-minute stretch at this point.
I'm trying to get this over and done with.
So what? I'm sorry?
I'm trying to get this voted on so that we can. I agree with you. So do you mind if we just get this voted on?
I totally support calling the question. That's what I waited 40 minutes.
I don't think we have the votes to call the question. Is that right? We don't have the votes to call the question. Okay, I'm going to move on to the next person, Alderman Finlayson, then Alderman Arnett.
The votes.
Kendall Charles, and then hopefully we can vote after that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The 121,000 that is left over from duplicate positions, Ms. Dickinson, Jody, I'm sorry. Would that equate to any one position on this list or two positions on this list? Or
not exactly, no. It's a net number, and I can't. Less than the sergeant, it's more than the ID specialist, and it's maybe about one police officer.
Okay.
So let me do that calculation.
I've just got to get the city attorney to weigh in here on staffing.
You got to be careful because staffing and personnel decisions can occur at the council level because you don't have the information. We're dealing with a lot of different moving parts with respect to personnel. And I think it limits your ability to really monitor the city because your main function is as to the number, the amount of money for the budget. Getting further down in the weeds is really moving into the area of managing the city. And I know you probably don't want to do that because the city manager has been hired by you to do that. If there's an amount, then if you suggest the amount, then I'm sure the mayor and the city manager can come up with a number of personnel moves to make it all work out for you.
Well, let me be clear on my question, because clearly, let me be clear. My question was not a specific question on a specific person or really a job, and maybe I didn't ask it correctly.
but it is our responsibility to determine the level of funding for the department. So let's say with the police department, if we chose to change that funding to 121 or 123 people instead of 124. And so that's what I was trying to get to, not trying to get into the weeds or anything that's inappropriate for us as the policymakers. But while Jody was answering that, I do have a comment, or I want to thank both Alderman Gay and Alderman Rodriguez for mentioning the community caring position. And I did write up a description that went to the city manager to use CARES funding for that position. Now that funding, we all know, has to be expended by December 30th, I believe it is. But there's no reason we can't begin thinking about how we will fund that position in the future, whether it's a position that goes into the police department or the Office of Emergency Preparedness, but it's a social worker, certified social workers position. We talk about wanting to do community policing. We talk about wanting to meet the needs of the community. This position gives us the ability to help our residents in housing, in jobs, in medical issues, and so many others. So, you know, that position can be funded today or July 1 with COVID money. And then we can continue to talk about how to fund it in the future. But thank you, gentlemen, for raising that issue, and for, I think Major Herman also mentioned it.
Thank you. Alderman Arnett was next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too support the notion that Alderman Gay, Savage, and Rodriguez, and I think Sheila and I too, but I would say that worked for something outside of the budget. What I want to point out and get us back to the amendment that's actually on the floor is vacancies, particularly in public safety, being unfilled or cut does not mean that's the amount of savings you get, because you will have overtime, and particularly in public safety, because they have requirements to have schedules filled and people on the street. So all you're going to be doing is putting people on the street for 16 hours instead of 8 hours. And I don't think that's a good policy. So I think we need to be mindful that some of these cuts are not really going to be savings, because they're going to be compensated by overtime. So I'm done. I'm all for a break too.
Alderman Pindell-Charles, and I'm sure we're going to have a vote. Oh, after Alderman Gay. Alderman Pindell-Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I guess I apologize for being late. We had 2 funerals in the family today. But anyway, I think I'm in the most, well, I know I'm in the most unique position of all on this council. On the one hand, I'm your public safety chair. I also, for 20 and a half years, was a prosecutor. On the other hand, I was in the social system, being with the health department as well as the school system for almost equally amount of time. We're doing both. I also have an African-American son, and I still give him the talk, and his friends as well, because I know it's necessary. So nobody supports Black Lives Matter any more than I do, from a professional as well as a personal level. Anybody else on this council got those experiences? You can raise your hand, and I don't think anybody else can. Anyway, with that being said, we know Chief Jackson has been here for not even 1 year. I'm willing to, based on everything I'm hearing today, and I agree with, in a global sense, with what everyone is saying, I don't think today we have the ability to listen to what Deputy Chief Herman is saying, as well as what the council members are saying, and I don't disagree with anyone. But I think we need to take a careful look at what we're doing based on my experiences and personal and professional as well. So I'm willing to give Chief Jackson an opportunity, because we've only been dealing with this intensity with Black Lives Matter within the past 2 weeks. Give him the ability, because he's come in here saying he's all for community policing, and we can call it whatever we want to call it, whatever name fits it, based on what we've been going through the past 2 weeks, and give him the ability to use these positions the the way we know they should be used based on what we're seeing the past 2 weeks. That's based on my own, like I said, personal and professional experiences as a mother, as a prosecutor, as a health department program manager, as a school community outreach specialist. That is my suggestion, that we go ahead with what we were going to do initially. I understand completely what Alderman Gay and Alderman Rodriguez are saying. I agree all wholeheartedly, but I say Chief Jackson hasn't even been here a year. Give his police. Someone had said earlier too about something, and I can't remember what it was, but whatever was what one of my colleagues was saying had nothing to do with Chief Jackson and his administration, because he wasn't even here when all that was done or said. So to be, in all fairness, he came here with that mantra. That's why we hired him. And I say, let him do his job, let his team do his job. I think, and I know that if there's somewhere where we can cut, or I see Alderman Gay shaking his head, I guess he doesn't agree with me, but that's okay. But in order to do what we need to do, why we hired him, that's the reason. We heard that from the community. That was a year ago. Let's let him do the job. We can always have the discussion. We can bring it up at public safety committee meetings. We can do just like we said we were going to do with finance. We said we're going to pretty much have Ms. Dickinson come in once a month or quarterly or every other month to give us an update. I'm willing to do that with the public safety committee or any other body that we so determine, to see where we're at, where we're talking about particularly what's been going on the past 2 weeks.
Thank you. Alderman Gay.
Yeah, thank you very much. First, I think this is bigger than the last 2 weeks. The last 2 weeks have just blown it up. And secondly,
and I've been living for 65 years, so I got it, and I've been living through it, and I got a son, and I've lived through that. So I get it, Alderman Gay. You're right.
Yeah,
I said particularly the last 2 weeks. I didn't say
I'm not knocking your blackness at all. I would never do that. I mean, as you mentioned, you have experienced much more than me. But, you know, I just think that it's not boiled down to the last 2 weeks. It's boiled down to, you know, what's taking place in the city of Annapolis and policing, you know, at least since I can remember being in high school and through. And I think that to say, you know, we hired him, we give him a year, that's what gets us in trouble. When we continue to push stuff down the line and say, maybe a year later we'll see the results, maybe. I think that we brought him in to make change immediately. And if the culture does not support that change, then the culture itself has to go. And we can't do that through hiring. I mean, we can't do that through firing and displacement because of legal restraints, but we can do that through cuts. And we can do that through bringing in individuals who support his vision. And I think that that's where, you know, some of, you know, just the frustration comes from, because it's been said for so long that we would, you know, make the attempts to change the culture of our policing. And as Alderman Rodriguez pointed out, this is the perfect time to do so. I think waiting another year, we would lose the momentum. We'd lose the support.
I don't think you heard me, Alderman Gay. I don't think you heard me at all. I didn't say that, but I'm going to leave it at that. I don't think you heard me at all.
I think that waiting however long, I think that we should do it within this budget process. I'll just say that. And if it can't, in regards to the adequate public facilities issues, okay, if we can't get around it, you know, in terms of moving the numbers based off of population, especially with the new census data about to come out, could it potentially be changed again? Going back to if we don't take away funding, we change the culture. Can it be changed to that you say, well, what is a police officer as defined by the city code? Can that be tweaked so that you're still hiring individuals under the police department, and Chief Jackson would still be able to, you know, have control over those individuals, but they're doing their job description is not so closely associated with policing, a badge and a gun. It doesn't have to be that way. That's not, I mean, policing does not require an individual to have a gun on or a badge to tell me what to do. You know, I respect someone, you know, with the authority working under Chief Jackson in any capacity, as long as they're trying to make positive changes within our communities. I think that's all we want to get at.
Just to be clear, City Manager Dave Gerald, Right now, we are not filling those positions.
They're vacant. They're vacant right now. That's right.
And we are not filling them.
And they evolve over time. So it's not a stacked number. So chief may hire 2 or 3 people, fill some of those, and then have additional vacancies come through the year. So it's definitely is not a stacked situation. It's very dynamic and changes over time.
And amendment number 8, vacancy cuts, also includes transportation and it includes public works. So I appreciate the intention, but I think there's a lot going on. So we're going to take a vote on this. All those in favor of the Savage Amendment 8 vacancy cuts, say aye with a show of hands.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
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 No. Looks like the ayes have it, right?
The motion.
No.
I couldn't really see everyone. Can we do a roll call for this one?
Yep.
Okay. Mayor Buckley,
No.
Alderwoman Tierney,
No.
Alderman Payon,
Aye.
Alderwoman Pendell Charles,
No.
Alderwoman Finlayson,
No.
Alderman Rodriguez,
Aye.
Alderman Gay,
Yes. Yes.
No, you mean no. Oh, aye. You mean aye. Oh, sorry. Aye. Sorry. Yeah.
Alderman Savage,
Aye. Aye.
Alderman Arnett.
Aye. Aye.
5, 6. It carries. The motion carries.
Thank you.
5-4.
Awesome. So, Alderman Finlayson, we're going to take
So what does that mean? I know we want to take a break, and you can answer my question when we come back if you'd like. But I'd like to know what that means as far as the budget is concerned.
Oh, that's not my question.
Okay, so the proposal was to defund defund positions, which just means remove a funding amount equal to these positions. And so we will reduce the budget overall another 100 and, hold on, I just have to, so the transportation positions are gone as well, or that there's more turnover in transportation. Let me get back to that schedule. Hold on.
I think that he made his amendment. Made
My computer's now doing something funky, so.
The last number you gave us was 121,000.
That was for the police, but this amendment had public works in there too. And there's already, in transportation, there's already 35,700 of turnover. So then in transportation, all right. So we will reduce the spending we will add to turnover in police. Let me say it that way. Add turnover in police of 121,772. We will add more turnover into public works of 14,000. We will add an additional turnover into transportation of $287,500 for bus drivers.
So instead of us having the flexibility to manage that number, like we had talked about, to hire the best people, and you've taken some of that.
Dave, your microphone, Dave.
Yeah, sorry about that. So what you've done is taken away some of our flexibility. We talked about the ability to manage to get to that vacancy number. So now these positions are locked in. That takes away some of that flexibility. These positions are not going to be filled. They're not going to be funded. And so, we'll have less flexibility to manage that because this part of it is locked in.
Jody?
I'm not sure we have affected the positions at all. We just have taken away funding and equivalent to these positions. And we could still manage the positions within that particular dollar amount.
Yes.
And that's what the city attorney's nodding his head.
Thank you, Regina.
Can I just say for clarity purposes, Alderman Savage requested that his amendment be changed from 4 bus drivers to 2. So would that change any of the numbers in this amendment?
Can't do that. You can only change the number, the amount. Can't deal with personnel.
Okay, so if we were to say that we were going to add to turnover an equivalent of 2 drivers, then, hold on just a second.
That's not saying the number would change, I think.
Yeah, Jody, I would refrain from referring to any particular type of management decision related to 282, 287, 500. The city manager has full responsibility to manage within that number, the reduction.
So when I did that, we will add to turnover in the transportation fund an additional 125,900. Instead of the number I gave you before, an additional 287,500. Not related to certain positions, that we will add turnover to the budget to force them to keep some vacancies open longer.
So the 287.5 is not the number? It's
Not if you change it to 2 bus drivers instead of 4. Okay, sorry, I said it wrong.
I know.
You're trying to,
The number,
okay.
Dollar amount.
the dollar amount.
So now we are striving to get 161,600 total turnover in transportation. But we've already put 35,700 in there. So we now have added 125,900. But my question is, how do we change? This amendment is not, the numbers are not the same amount. We're going to have to change this amendment because those numbers don't agree to what we just did.
Well, let's work on that with a break. Alderman Gay had his hand up next, and then
all of the numbers are wrong.
Sorry?
No, just the transportation fund related numbers are wrong now, and you voted for it, so now it's as is. If you're going to change it to a different number that you're looking for, we got to change the numbers.
Aren't all the numbers different though?
No. I would.
So it's still 520 in police?
So you can't amend an amendment. So what I would do is reform this amendment and change the amounts for the transportation fund.
Can we, Regina, what would you suggest, Regina?
So, Jody, the next amendment that you're going to be creating to fix this will supersede this amendment number 8.
Correct.
Okay.
And you're still creating that. It's going to take some time, right, Jody, to create that?
I don't know how much. I was working on a different amendment, but I guess I could reprioritize.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
My staff will need a break. Maybe we can do, if we need that like right now.
Yep, I'm trying.
So if we could do that.
Yep.
Let's go.
Can I get the motion from you, Fred?
Yes, I move that we.
In a second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank
Hold
you.
on, until when?
30-minute adjournment till 6 o'clock.
Okay.
That's only 30, okay.
Okay, thank you. Welcome back, everybody. I will need a motion to reconsider because I did adjourn and I didn't recess on the last cutoff. So do any of you want to put forward that motion? Don't torture me.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Right, aye. Back to business. We will take a dinner break around about 8 o'clock if that's okay with everyone. I only did a 30-minute break there, thinking that we could scoff it down, but we're probably going to have a long night here. So everyone okay with that? Mm-hmm. Good. All right, so we are on to amendment number 9, the SCBA cut proposed by Alderman Savage. Could someone move that, please?
So moved.
Second.
Sorry, which one are we on?
The number 9, amendment number 9, Alderman Savage.
Okay. Oh, yeah, this is the
masks.
Yeah, the masks. So this just, again, I don't doubt the need. I just question the appropriateness in terms of coming in the budget this year. And so this just pushes it off to a future date. I do have a question for Director Dickinson about, I think you had said in response to Alderman Payon, this money is coming out of a fund, and that it wouldn't impact the general fund. Is that right?
Jody?
It is being paid for with fund balance that is reserved for one-time uses. So if you were to remove it, all it does is replenish that fund for another day. It will not add to the money you can spend on operating expenses for something else, or it cannot be used to reduce the tax rate. If you did that, you would be creating another structural deficit because you would be cutting the taxes for something that wasn't funded by taxes.
So I don't understand what you just said, but so it's coming from fund balance, but what money goes into the fund balance at the end of the fiscal year?
At the end of every year, if we have revenues in excess of what we estimated, or if we spend less than what we have appropriated, we add to our fund balance numbers, and then in accordance with our policy, we make sure we have a 15% reserve, and we split the rest between this and the capital reserve fund. And so these monies were left over from the audited 19 amounts, and we are proposing that these breathing apparatuses be paid for with the one-time reserve monies.
Well, so it still could help us in the sense that it would prevent us from having to put additional funds into the fund balance at the end of the year.
No, because at the end of the year, the calculation is whatever's left over, make sure you have a 15% reserve, then take the net and fill up the budget stabilization fund to its max, and then the net is split between the two reserves. So it won't impact anything. There'll be more money left in that reserve for something else. So it's not going to impact the operating budget. It's not going to help with your tax position, nothing.
So which funds contribute to the fund balance at the end of the year?
The general fund activity, anything that's over and above what was anticipated will add to fund balance. But this is FY19 and prior fund balances.
Right, but it would set us up for the next fiscal year potentially we would have to move less money into the fund balance so we could have more money at that time. Isn't that right?
No, it would just stay, it's already there, it would just stay there. And it would not change the 20 activity that's going to go into the fund for 21.
But no, my point is though, this proposed budget as proposed, you said takes this money from fund balance. That money, we have to replenish that money at the end of the year with whatever's left over and excess in the other funds, right? So this would allow.
If there's excess.
Sorry? I didn't hear what you just said. Dogs barking.
Jody, repeat that, please.
So I'll ask you to restate your question because I was answering the question, but I may not have been answering. What would you say about other funds?
So my question is that if we're not taking this money for the masks out of the fund balance, right, then we don't have to replenish it as much at the end of the year. I mean, because if you're taking money out of it, money has to go into it at the end of the year when we have excess
So
funds.
we don't have to replenish anything. We do it in accordance with our fund balance policy calculation. We don't have to replenish anything. We just take what we have left over and we split it and we put it in the 15% reserve or the budget stabilization fund or these two reserves, capital reserve fund and this reserve for one-time uses. We don't have to put anything. And
I thought that was part of our financial policies that we've adopted.
that I just stated our financial policy. So if you don't use it for this, it will stay in the reserve for one-time uses and it won't decrease what we have to put in there the next time around. It will just stay there to be used for something else at another time. And then we'll add to it whatever we have. It won't change what we're adding to it. There's no minimum or maximum in those two reserves. There's no minimum or maximum. We just put the money in as we get it and we use it for one-time purposes. And then we take it out if we use it and post whatever expenses. For instance, in 21, we buy these SCBA, we'll just decrease that fund reserve by that amount.
Okay, I'm not understanding. Maybe somebody else can explain it to me.
Alderman Arnett had his hand up first.
Can I take a stab at it just really quickly? So there's two reserve funds that have to have a certain amount in that have to be replenished if we use them. The first is the 15% unallocated. The second is the budget stabilization fund. So once those are fully funded, the money, any extra money flows to these other accounts for spending or not, or there's no minimum amount or maximum amount. It's just money that overflows from those other two pots. So we keep the unallocated at 15% first. That's the most important. That's what the rating agencies look at. Once that's at 15%, then money can go down to the budget stabilization. We're going to tap into that a little bit, the 233,000 that we talked about. So we will need to make sure that that's replenished. We think we'll have money this year to put into that to cover it. But then any other money that's available after we fully fund those just flows into PAYGO for CIP projects or for these one-time funds. If we don't have money to replenish those, we don't have it. They don't need to be replenished. But if we have money in them, we should use them. And that's what we're proposing to do with these masks.
And what are the restrictions on how that money is used in the fund balance?
So for either capital projects for the capital reserve fund or for one-time purchases, not for recurring costs. We wouldn't want to cover recurring costs with those. It's just for one-time requirements.
And this SCBA purchases, I think they have like a life of, and the chief can clarify this. I think the life is like 10 years or something. We're not going to buy these every year. We only buy them every once in a while when the useful life runs out. And this is the perfect example of what you'd use that one-time reserve for.
Alderman Arnett was next, and then Alderman Gay.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So 2 points. One, I think as the amendment is stated, the very first line, it would not change the general fund expenditures of $86,267,450 by reducing it by this amount, if I understand one-time only money. Am I correct in that?
Okay, I'm glad I was not, I'm glad I was muted just now because you didn't want to hear what I was cursing my mouse. Anyway, so if I can call your attention to page 23 of your budget book. We are changing the $86 million number downward. So let me know when you have that, Alderman Arnett.
Got it.
It's the fund balance roll forward, page 23.
Actually, Jody, isn't it better showed on page 20? Because 20, sorry, that's how I understand it on page 20. And then on page 19, you list how you spent it.
No, but on 23, I break out the pieces of the general fund balance, and you can see the pieces that are changing. So when on page 23, the total general fund balance summary is made up of the regular fund balance, budget stabilization, capital reserve, and assigned for one-time uses. And that total FY 2021 appropriations coming out of that is $86,267,450. So what you're proposing is there is an appropriation for assigned for one-time uses of $1,326,000. What you're proposing is reducing that $1,326,000 by the $900,000. So although that reduces the 86 million, it doesn't change the operating expenses that are up on the top line, the 82,759,800.
Thank you. That does explain it for me.
I mean, that's the way I visualize it. When you look at the pieces of fund balance, it is not your regular ongoing operating expenses for 2021 are 82,759,800. The 86 million includes these expenses related to those pieces of fund balance.
So my second question, and we have the chief here, was the finance committee got a presentation on this expenditure, why it was necessary, how it qualified as a one-time only. And I thought before we went chopping away, we might want to hear from the chief.
Yeah.
Explain what it is.
Thanks, Chief.
So the self-contained breathing apparatus are an essential part of the personal protective equipment for our personnel. They are considered a one-time expense because they have a life expectancy of anywhere from 10 to 15 years. So the bottles themselves that contain the breathing air get hydrostatic tested every 5 years and can only be tested 3 times. Ours are to the maximum. They're in their last hydrostatic testing. Are also the safety standards to the current SCBA that we're wearing or to the 2007 standard. There's been 2 safety upgrades since then. And one of them was in 13 and one of them was in 18. And it makes a lot of significant differences on the safety of our personnel, especially when they're in non-IDLH, which is immediately dangerous to life and health. Alderwoman, do you have a question?
Alderwoman Pindell-Charles.
Thank you. One quick question, Chief. Does that enhance or support our Class 1 certification that we have nationwide?
So it really isn't going to hurt or hinder our Class 1, except for the fact that if we don't have self-contained breathing apparatus, we cannot go into a fire or a hazardous atmosphere to get somebody out or to mitigate the emergency. Our cylinders and our units are to their life expectancies. They're to that point. And that's why it's on the radar now. We can get another year out of them, I'm sure, but the concern is, just like your concern now, is that the economy currently is a consideration. Alderman Paone, do you have a question?
Alderman Paone. Little mic.
You're still muted.
I was going to ask how it would do if we bought half this year and half next year. I mean, do these all have to be bought at one time?
So I would prefer to do them all at one time so that we have the same SCBA on all of our apparatus. However, we could make it work if we could do it over 2 years. My concern is that it's in the proposed budget now. It's one-time funding is what's been explained to us. And that with the way the economy is, I'm concerned that next year and the year after are going to be tighter. And I'm listening to all of you with that. And we can't go 2 years out. There's no way. These things are failing now. We've had 2 failures with people going into buildings. It was during training, so we were good there. But with the safety standards, and my number 1 priority is the safety and health of our personnel.
I understand your concern about the economy. Yeah.
Alderman Gay, sorry.
Yeah, just quick question. This is actually two. The first is there any possibility that this could be tied to your COVID funding?
I'm sorry, tied to what?
The COVID funding?
Oh.
I think that the self-contained breathing apparatus would be a stretch for the COVID funding.
So for fires, it's to be used for fires, not for
correct.
Other.
Yeah, I was just seeing if we could wiggle it, but okay, so then okay. Do you have any other potential grant resources that could support this?
So we are always looking at grant opportunities. They are very competitive, especially with the economy the way it is now, and grants are never guaranteed. That's why we have it in the current budget now. We will continue to look at it, and if for some reason we were able to get a grant before we had to purchase them, obviously we would use the grant fundings and our monies would be still available to go back to wherever you all deem necessary.
And if you do half this year, half next year, eventually you would wear out the 3 test limit for half of the material before you would of the second half, correct? So we put you in a sticky situation like down the road.
We don't have to worry about that until over 10 years from now. So we would be okay. I mean, we can make it work, yes.
Tierney had a hand up next. Anyone else?
Yeah, I just want to be clear that I still think there's confusion on this. This money is in a bucket of money that is appropriated per our fiscal policies, and if we choose not to use it, it goes unspent. I have a question in this. Does it carry over into next year? I guess it does, right? Jody?
If we don't use it for this, it stays in the reserve to be used another day for another one-time issue. Yes.
Okay, yeah. So it can't be it can't be transferred out of this and used for any other expense. It's not.
Well, it could be used for a different type of one-time expense. So if we came up with something else that we needed to do that was a one-time thing, we might go to this source.
Yeah.
And if we're able to get a grant, also it'll stay in that bucket of funds for other purposes.
Right. It's grant funds on the left-hand side.
If they were able to get some more grant funds for it, we would pay for as much as we could with grants, and the rest would come out of this fund.
So I would like to say, just so you all know, the price quotes we have were closer to the million than the 900,000, but Chief Spriggs and I think that the 900,000 will be sufficient, and we'll be able to do everything we need to do with that, just so you're aware.
Alderman Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick follow-up. I guess, can this money be used in this account for example, to pay for a tax reduction that folks have requested? I mean, that's a one-time use.
Oh, no, you can't. You can't. If you do, you are then creating a larger budget structural deficit, because you would be reducing your tax rate, and that's not the source of funding for this purchase. So you've reduced your taxes, but your expenses are staying the same. So you have created a structural deficit on top of the 473,800 that we already have in there. So I would not recommend that you do that.
Well, sure. Okay, yeah, I understand. I mean, but of course, we have created a structural deficit by granting all these raises to the unions.
Any more discussion? Okay. All those in favor of the Savage Amendment number 9 SCBA cut, show your hands and say aye. All those opposed, show your hands and say no. No. Alderman Arnett in the middle. Thank you. On to number 11, the Paone SCBA 50% cut.
Mr. Mayor, did that pass or did it fail?
It failed.
Okay.
Is 10 skipped?
It was withdrawn.
Yeah, it was withdrawn.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I might.
Yep.
11 is the same subject matter, essentially. I had in mind that I thought half this year, half next year would be a good idea. It's probably not a great idea, but maybe it's an acceptable one. And I thought doing these half and half would be a fair way and to maintain firefighter safety and not spend too much money. And I'm not going to say a whole lot beyond that. Thank you.
So would you want to move that, Alderman Payne?
Yes, I would.
Okay, can we get a second? Thank you. Alderman Gay, discussion?
Yeah, I have a quick question for Chief Romali. When you, I'll try to look to see if there was a description, but when you purchase it, how many masks come, if you were to do half now and then half later, how would that total out?
So we're looking to get 75 full units. With that, there's a lot that goes with it. Each individual has to have their own face piece. So you have to have spare face pieces. You have to have that many spare bottles. The unit itself they're like $6,500 a piece. And then there's what we call RIP bags, which if somebody gets trapped in a building where you take an air cylinder in and hook to it. But basically what it boils down to is 75. So we would do with whatever amount you have allotted to us, we would have to see what would be necessary. We'd have to get all the face pieces now because we'd have a mix out there and everybody would have to have their own face piece depending on what piece of apparatus they were on.
Thank you.
Alderman Payne?
Thank you. Chief, let me make this clear that if you were to get half this year, it's not as if half of the firefighters on the force would not have this at least for a year, correct? I mean, they would still have, the equivalent, this or the equivalent of this.
Everybody.
It wouldn't be as new as obviously the new ones, but you could get by. Is that?
Everybody would have an FCBA available to them during an emergency, whether it's a new unit or old unit. My only concern is if we do not go with the same type we have now, we just have two different types out there. But we'll make it work. We will make it work if it's funded this way.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Alderman Finlayson had her hand up. Jody, did you want to clarify something?
No, I was just wondering if the price would go up if we wait a year or a year and a half or whatever.
Yeah, probably would.
There's a price increase every year. I would think with the full amount, we're going to get a better discount, but until it goes out to bid, I can't tell you for sure where that's going to be.
Alderman Finlayson, then Alderman Pindell-Charles.
Yes, my question is very similar to Alderman Payone's. Are the pieces interchangeable? If we got half new ones now, would the mask and other, parts of this be interchangeable with the old devices?
No, they would not be interchangeable because ours are two safety standards behind. So the parts on the old ones would not be interchangeable with the new ones. What is interchangeable is there's a universal RIT fitting on there. So if there is an emergency, we can hook right into it and refill the bottle if you're inside the structure without air. So that would not be an issue, but the parts themselves would not be, the face pieces we wear now would not be interchangeable, no.
So does that mean technically half of your force would be unprotected if everyone, had to be called out?
We would still have some of the older units on the apparatus, so everybody would have the ability. They'd have to have two different face pieces though, depending on which unit's there. It would be challenging, but like I said, we'll make it work if that's the way it's got to be.
Okay, thank you.
Alderman Pindell-Charles, and then Alderman Gay, and then Alderman Tierney.
Chief, do we get any kind of discount buying it in bulk, buying the whole, all of them versus half of them?
So it's going to be either on a state contract or on a bid. So I can guarantee you we'll go out there and get the best price available to us at the time.
Thank you.
Alderman Gay?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to I mean, based off of the possibility that if they are able to buy in bulk with the $956,000, I think it was, that were there originally, and the fact that 2 have already failed, I just can't see voting against it. And I'm worried that if you do half and half, like you said, it creates problems that you could work with. But I mean, why put that extra pressure on somebody that's running in a burning building? Right? I just don't
prefer to do it all at one time.
Alderman Tierney?
Okay, am I on mute? All right, I know I'm not in a bad frame of mind here because of my dog, but I just want to make clear that this item doesn't affect taxpayers. In fact, I see it as a victory that we have a funding source. It's a one-time expense, and then we adhere to our debt ratios, which is, it's the fiscally responsive thing to do. So I'm not sure why we're trying to split this up and do that. I don't understand. It's a good source of money. And look at the list on page 19 of the other items that we get from this, one-time expenses that do not cost the taxpayers money. I'm done.
Thank you. Any other comments? Alderman Arnett?
They did cost the taxpayers money, just not this year.
Could you explain that? I want an explanation, Ross.
Because it went into this one-time only money when it came poured down from fund balance in either 19 or 20, or maybe even as far back as 18. We've had this one-time only money policy for a while now. It's nothing new. And every year it's a part of that trickle down, as David just explained a few moments ago to us. And it goes into this. There is a description as to what constitutes a one-time only expenditure. We used it last year in last year's budget, and I believe we used it in 19 as well.
Okay, so thank you. We will take a vote on this. All those in favor of amendment number 11, the Peone SCBA 50% amendment. All those in favor of it say aye with a show of hands. All those opposed say no with a show of hands.
No.
Anyone in the middle, show their hand. Okay. And
hey, I voted for yours, Rob. Come on.
Thank you.
Can I just ask a quick question?
What was the outcome?
Sorry, Alderman Gay?
Yeah, could
What
I
was
just?
the outcome?
Oh, sorry, Sheila.
It was voted down.
Okay, thank you. Sorry,
No, you're fine. On page 19, Ellie, you said this is everything that is from the one-time use fund.
Well, there's a list of the expenses on page 19. This came out of, my sprinkler assistant revolving fund comes out of this. Which one did this come out of? Where are you? Use of general fund balance in excess of targeted budget stabilization fund for one-time expenditures. That means that we kept our percentage for the budget stabilization fund, which we used to balance the budget. And then we took out these 4 line items: consulting services for Hillman, third-year installment payment for CAD, fire department, breathing apparatus, 900,000, and our comp plan is coming out of this money as well, 220,000. Was that your question?
Yeah, I see that now. I wasn't sure which one you were referring to at first, but I see now. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. And then if you go to page 16, if you go to page 15 and 16, it gives an explanation on why we keep those balances.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Moving on to amendment number 12. Do you have some other questions? Thank you. So we have amendment number 12, sponsored by Alderman Finlayson, Alderman Arnett, and Alderman Peone. Can somebody move that, please?
I'll move amendment number 12.
Got a second?
Second.
Somebody want to talk us through it?
Where is this?
Amendment number 12.
Where can I find that?
O-1620 would have been sent to you, Regina or Jody?
Okay, hold on.
We'll give you some time while everyone pulls that up.
Sorry, what number was it again?
12. It's not in the first batch, no.
Oh, I see.
Ah. Oh, I got
It's
it.
on iLegislate, or I'm sorry, Legistar.
Alderman Arnett, this is the Finance Committee amendment. Do you want to speak to it?
I don't have it, Sheila, so I can't speak to it.
Okay, I will. It reverses the proposal of separating the Office of Environmental Policy. This takes it back to the existing place, which is an office.
Correct. And the Finance Committee voted on this twice, and it's because we don't think we should pass a budget that doesn't reflect the current organization. We understand that there's legislation in place that will change the organization, but because it includes a charter amendment, that can't take place until 54 days after the passage of the charter amendment. So we're talking about way out there. It is the case, depending upon how we fill these positions, that it may or may not have a financial impact, but that is dependent upon how we fill the reorganized positions.
Mr. Chair, this is not new money, correct? This is already budgeted.
It is already budgeted. It could result in new money if we have an outside hire, for example, for the deputy city manager, and that person is offered more money. It could go down if we hire a new deputy city manager and that person gets less money.
But the impact of this amendment is zero on the budget.
At this time.
You want to weigh in, Alderman Savage?
Not particularly, but I guess my question is, Alderman Arnett, can you explain again what you were saying about the charter amendment? I didn't catch all that.
So it's, and I'm pretty sure it's 54 days, but a charter amendment, once passed, has to wait 54 days. And here's the city attorney to save me from my ignorance, 54 days until it goes into effect.
Yes, if I might. This particular change makes a lot of sense because we're kind of putting the cart before the horse. We wanted to approve the charter, approve the code, and the city manager is imbued with the authority to, at that point, figure out how to fund the action, which would be part and parcel of the charter amendment in the code. And so it'll be pretty easy to fund the operation once we have the charter passed and the code section passed. So this is a rational approach to this particular effort.
And Mr. City Attorney, did we just closed the public hearing on this? So will we have to start all over again? Yeah.
No. Once if the position is voted in, the city manager has to figure out how to fund the position. The charter amendment and the code pay for the salary of whoever is hired. So that'll happen by council edict anyway. With respect to supplies and all the other things that have to go, I think that can be done throughout the course of the year as we move to a council resolution that actually establishes a separate budget in the following year. Not a problem.
If the legislation is passed, we'll just come back with a budget amendment that undoes what we're talking about doing here. Yeah. So it would split it back apart as is proposed in the budget now. This puts it back together.
So we'll have to vote on it again. All right. Alderman Gay. Alderman Gay.
Yeah, just quick. So this is if we don't go with the resiliency plan. So I just have a quick question that I'm not sure if someone will be able to answer it. How is this office operating effectively with, just the contract services are so low and the supply services are so low as compared to other departments. And I know Jackie takes on a large role in an environment like how it.
There's only 3 people there. That's why their other expenses are
So where are they getting the bulk of them materials and supplies from? Other departments?
So they reside over in 145 Gorman, and they use like the printer and the printer supplies from either planning and zoning.
Yeah, because this is
Public Works.
This is the office where there's like the tree. He's referred to often as the tree expert. He'd be moved to planning and zoning. Okay, and the other expert, I'm not sure what his expertise is in, would be moved to Public Works. Correct?
Would stay with the deputy city manager.
This is the letter we got all the support for doing today from the public. Alderman Savage.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, I don't know. I'm kind of indifferent on this one, I guess, because ultimately the legislation that matters is the charter amendment and the ordinance that are going through the process. I mean, either way, we're going to have another vote on this. If this fails, then if this amendment fails, then we just have one vote on the charter amendment and the ordinance. If this passes, so I don't know. I'm open to it. Just no matter how many votes we want, I guess.
All right, so we're ready to vote. All those in favour of the Alderman Finlayson, Arnett, Payan amendment number 12, raise their hand and say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, say no.
The motion carried 5-4.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't have to ask the outcome that time.
All right, on to the next one. Alderman Savage, we're skipping 13. 13 was pulled. Everybody?
No, 14. Mr.
We're
Mayor.
on to 14 now.
Hold up, Regina.
Mike,
Yep.
we don't have that 14 or 15.
I got them from Takia.
She emailed them, but we need paper.
14's online.
All right, well, let me bring the paper up. I'll bring the paper up. All right.
Thank you.
And I don't have 15 yet.
Where is 14 and 15?
14's on Legistar.
Email.
Yes, they're on Legistar and they were also emailed to you. We're requesting in the chamber a paper copy. We don't have them yet. So Mike's gonna bring those to us.
We have only given you 14. We don't have a 15 yet. We're still finishing it. And then I'm working on the one from Alderman Savage that he wanted for pulling all the steps and the COLAs from all the non-reps.
This is 15.
Jody, we have a 15.
So 15, we numbered it at 14 because we had 14 designated as this one we're working on, but it's not done yet. So we changed that.
We have 14 and a 15.
So throw away your 15. It should be 14 instead. They both came together. One of them can be thrown out. They're identical. So just throw away 15.
Is it done? You said you got a 15.
They're not the same.
Because I originally had 14 set from Fred.
So 14 is the one we want to keep, not 15?
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, folks. This is a stupid way to do business as far as I'm concerned. I cannot find this in iLegislate. When I look at mine, the last thing I have is the fact report. I don't see any of the rest of this stuff. We're still talking about 01620, correct?
Amendment number 14.
Yeah, Alderman Arnett, it was emailed to us around 6 o'clock. That's where I'm looking at it from, my email.
Well, since I can't get into email because I'm on my computer, that doesn't do me a lot of good. And I couldn't. Anyway.
Where's your iPad?
I'm on my iPad right now. I'm looking at 646. And I see amendment number 12. And I see.
People think they have 15, but it's a duplicate of 14.
I know, he just told it through.
Right.
There is no.
Yes, a duplicate.
I don't know what I'm looking at.
Looks
now.
like a duplicate. It looks like a duplicate 14 and 15.
Ross, I just resent it to you, Ross. I forwarded it to you, so you should have it.
Yes, I understand. I'm just saying that, you got, never mind. We got it as mine.
Ross, did you get it?
Yes, I got 14. Let's see. And 15, yes.
15,
yes.
But 15 is no good,
15
right?
is no good, right?
Okay.
Okay.
So you want to talk us through this, Jody, while Ross is trying to find that?
Yeah, so this is, so you remember earlier, we were dealing with Alderman Savage's proposal to add some turnover of a certain amount to the budgets for police, DPW, and transportation. And I was instructed to reform that and reduce the amount of turnover that we want to put in transportation. So this is the amendment that replaces the one from before, and the amounts for the transportation fund have changed.
So this is for the amendment that had defunded the positions. Is that right?
Yes, it supersedes Amendment 8 that we voted on before the break.
Yes, this is the cleanup after that, right? Alderman Tierney?
Well, just careful, are we amending it or are we negating?
So you have an amendment, but you can't amend an amendment. So this will completely displace the other amendment.
Okay.
The only change you'll see is that we reduced the effect to the transportation fund because we wanted to cut that turnover allocation in half. And we changed the descriptions a little bit to remove all references to positions.
Okay. And we'll have a value, right? Okay, we have a value.
Thank you. Tell us what line has changed. Is it line 206?
Yes, that's a good idea. Does that work? Yes. Was there a question for me? I was otherwise distracted.
I'm trying to figure out what line has changed between number 8 and number whatever this is, 14.
Okay, all right. So if you count down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 lines to where it says on page 4 in line 3, strike. That number hasn't changed, but the substitute number should be a different number.
So instead of 5,103,000, it's now 5,265,000.
Correct, because we lowered the amount that we were taking away from the budget. So now it is a higher number. Same thing in the line right below it. In line 7, strike 3.9 million, substitute 3799. That is a new number. It should be higher than the one you had before.
Thank you. I now see it. And this is because we are cutting fewer bus drivers or transit people.
So we're not doing any of this related to positions. We are increasing the amount of turnover in the police, the DPW, and the transportation budgets in accordance with the amount that Alderman Savage designated. How am I doing, City Attorney?
All right, so Amendment 8 passed. This will now supersede Amendment 8. And this superseded amendment was requested by Alderman Savage, who was also the sponsor of Amendment number 8.
Correct.
Thank you.
So did somebody?
Everybody's waving to me.
Who's next?
Has this motion been moved yet? In a second?
Mr. Mayor, you're on mute.
Alderman Pindell Charles.
I'm not going to be politically correct. Does this reinstate the positions that we had first? Just answer the question. I'm going to talk about positions, and I know I'm out of order.
It's not related to positions?
I don't think so.
But then I'm confused.
So our previous action, Alderwoman Pindell Charles, our previous action really had nothing to do with individual positions. We were just adding some turnover to those departmental budgets to increase the amount of turnover there. So we should never have been referring to individual positions because we were just removing funding. And the idea was to target a certain amount, but they were not really related to certain positions. We are adding to the turnover. And when we were talking about that previous Amendment 8, the sponsor decided he wanted to lower the impact of what he had proposed for the transportation fund. And so we cut the turnover that we were going to remove that we were removing from their budget. We were going to cut that in half.
So question: Are we back to where we were first, or we're half of where we're back?
We're halfway to where we were before.
Before 8.
Transportation fund, only in the transportation fund.
Only for transportation.
Correct.
My name's on this, and I'm
is
still
not
confused.
affected. Question: Police is not affected, and DPW is not affected. Is that correct?
Not from what we decided on before.
Okay.
So Jody, so it's a deeper cut in police. It's a deeper cut in transportation, or not as deep as the original proposition, right?
It is the same reduction in police, the same reduction in public works, but not as deep of a cut in transportation.
From the original Savage Amendment.
From the original Amendment 8.
And we already had the cuts coming from my amendments early, right? So this adds to that?
I never made a motion to do that, and it wasn't seconded.
Rob, sorry, I'm going to jump in here. Rob, because your original intention was 2 out of the 4 vacancies for the bus specialist, and there was and it reflected as 4 instead. So this is just going back to your original intent that we all supported, 2 out of the 4.
But they're saying their turnover had already impacted all.
They're using different language right now so that we don't talk about personnel or vacancies. And so that's why it's a little muddled, but it's exactly what we just passed, your amendment, except just correcting the intent for those 2 bus specialists instead of 4.
I'm just going to get Regina to weigh in here, Sheila, and then Alderman Gay.
Would somebody please move the motion and can we have a second?
Okay, let's do that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Alderman Savage, it's your amendment, your amendment. Thank you. Can we get a second?
Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Finlayson.
Yes. Jody, I'm looking at my notes from Amendment 8. I have 121,772 for police. And I have 14,000 for DPW and the 161,600 for transportation. Are those outdated numbers? I thought that's what we ended up with, but that's not what I see.
No, so instead of 161,600 for transportation, you now have 125,900.
That's not on this paper.
So I have that on my notes, but that's not on Amendment 14.
It's not on there.
No, because you have to look at the differences between Okay, hold on just a second. I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me correct what I just said. Oh, I'm going to need a little time to consider this. I have to decide if I put the right thing here. Sorry, folks. This amendment removes 161. The number before was.
Can we go to Alderman Gay? If you don't have a question for Jody, Alderman Gay, and she can calculate that.
Well, I guess
We'll come back to you, Sheila.
Yeah, I guess my question was, and kind of in line with that, I was confused because she said that we decreased. I thought we increased the proposed budget. I'm sorry, the turnover for police.
Yeah. Do you want to, David, do you want to talk us through that? Or Jody, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. So I believe I have made an error on this amendment 14 and I need to correct it. The change should not be 161,600. It should be 125,900. And so I will have to fix that and resubmit it.
So 129. 125.
And the other two would remain the same, police and DPW?
Correct. And Alderman Gay, I think what you're seeing is the number is higher because we reduced it further and we're putting some back. So it's higher than what you saw before.
On Amendment 8?
Yeah, the line item on Amendment 8, where we had on page 4 in line 3, the number that you see over to the right that is got the underline under it, that number will be a little bit higher in the Amendment 14. Will be higher by 125,900.
Oh, I see. It's at 526 instead of 5. Okay.
Just that I brought it back too far.
And do we achieve the goal here of putting this money somewhere else? That was the whole intent here, right? To spend it somewhere else. Is that?
Can I take another couple-minute break here? I have to rethink this and have somebody look over it. I'm very tired and I'm trying to work through these numbers and make sure I'm talking about the right thing.
All right, let's take.
I don't want to make a mistake.
We'll take a little 10-minute recess, okay? Thank you. City Council back for amendment number 14.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Alderman Savage.
Yeah, I maybe it can be explained to me again, but I want to take my name off of this, withdraw this amendment, because I'm at the point where I just don't understand exactly what's going on, and I'm not comfortable with my name on this. I just haven't had a chance to look at all the numbers. So if somebody else wants to step in, go for it, but I'm going to step away from this amendment.
City Clerk.
Well,
You can't do that.
I withdraw my second.
You can't do that.
we have an issue, Mr. Mayor. We have a motion and a second.
Yes.
This needs to be voted on. And what my suggestion, since the number didn't work, vote on it with the 161.6 and let it fail and move on. Because otherwise, because you got to deal with it, man. Jody,
I
you
have
can't.
discovered that the amendment is correct as I wrote it originally. I'm sorry for the confusion. The one you see in front of you, Amendment 14, is correct.
So, Mr. Mayor, what you have then is a motion and a second. Doesn't matter the sponsor, but it's already with the council, so it has to be voted on at this point.
Okay. Alderman, we're still in discussion. Alderman Pindell Charles and then Alderman Rodriguez.
I'm still confused. And I guess 3 questions. One question. The only thing that's changed in 14 and 8 is that the transportation component.
Right.
My understanding is, correct me if I'm wrong, the police are still the same.
Right.
Nothing changed with police from 8, and nothing changes from DPW from 8. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Alderman Rodriguez.
Sorry, I was just going to say I'd be happy to throw my name on it just because I support the original intent. I prefer cutting less from the transportation than what was passed with 8. So, but that's all I had to say.
Anybody else? Alderman Gay? Alderman Gay?
Just saying I agree with Mark, that's all.
I think we all agree with something. I'm not sure. We have to vote this up or down now.
Yep.
So I don't think it's ready for prime time. I agree with everything we're trying to do, but I think there's a lot of different things going on in one amendment.
So what we were doing was adding some more turnover to the budgets of these 3 departments. But we decided we put too much extra turnover into transportation, so we're reducing that impact. This will allow them to fill more vacancies compared to the previous amendment.
And Jody, did we already vote to not fill vacancies in number 3 as well, right? The 3rd amendment? The
3rd amendment or the 2nd amendment?
2nd amendment, sorry.
2nd amendment.
Yes, and Amendment 8 added to that turnover.
Okay,
for
so
these 3 funds, and this one negates some of that negative impact for transportation.
okay, but it doesn't put money in a somewhere where we want it particularly, does it? That was one of the.
No, it's just it'll allow them to fill more vacancies to the tune of 161,600 compared to the previous amendment.
Okay. Alderman Tierney.
Is there a total? Is there a total value of this amendment versus Amendment 8? Total net working off of the budget, right? What is the? Forget about 8, right? And then what is the value of this one? Is that a fair question? Like, what is it worth?
Yes, I'm trying to listen to you and listen to somebody else.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you.
What do you say? Citywide, and how are we coming up with that number? Yeah.
Transportation.
Uh-huh.
And then 558 general fund.
Correct. Okay. So what was the number? 770?
720,100.
720,100.
Is the value of this amendment. Okay. I did not hear my colleague's comment before, Mark Rodriguez. I'm sorry. Could he repeat that? Hi.
Yeah. Hi. I forgot what I said, but I guess just to make it really clear for everyone as well, and I may not be able to use this language, but I'm just going to go and say it. We defunded 4 vacancies in the transportation department for bus drivers with amendment number 8.
Correct.
But the original intention was to only defund 2 of those.
2, right.
And so this is a correction to that. So essentially we're adding back 2 of those positions for bus drivers, which I support because I didn't want to do all those cuts to transportation. I think we need to support them a little bit better. So
is the vote still on the floor?
It is.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Is there a second?
There is. Is it still? It's still a Savage amendment, right? So we're going to take a vote on it unless there's other discussion. Alderman Gay, you have your hand up.
Well, I don't think your question was answered, which would have helped me a tiny bit. So it will allow us to do what we desire with the savings and turnover, correct?
Can I go to David Gerald for that?
Sorry, what was the question?
So it will allow us to do what we choose with the $520,500 from the police department.
As far as community care types of things, we'll have to add expenditure authority for those items, whatever those desires are. So we'll need an amendment to add those expenditures.
Okay, can we do that?
Ready?
Would that be covered in this amendment though?
Not on this vote, no.
But at a later time, we could.
Maybe, I don't know. That's a Jody question.
At the end of the process of amendments, we'll see what we have accumulated in the effect on the general fund, and then you can propose an amendment to do something with that. If we have reduced expenses and you want to reprogram them elsewhere, we can do that with the final amendment.
So we could bring forward another amendment, Alderman Gay, to satisfy that. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, just a quick question on that. Just if we could, so could we put it into some kind of like contingency fund? Is that what you're saying, after this passes or fails, whatever happens to it?
At the end of the budget amendments, we will determine what the net impact is on the funds, and then any net impact that we have reduced, we can decide to do something else with it. We can put it into contingency. We could reprogram it into another department, such as a community caring office. We could not increase it at all and not spend the money. So it's up to you. But that will be done at a final once we know the impact of all of our.
Okay, let's go and vote. Ready, everyone? All those in favor of the Savage amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
All those confused say.
All of us.
I think the noes have it. Is that right?
Yes, it failed, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Y'all are.
So that means we keep number 8. Does everybody understand that? We keep number 8 with 4 bus drivers instead of the 2.
No, 0 instead of the 2.
I mean, I went the wrong direction, right? 0 instead of 2.
Okay. Now, we will move on to the next things, the simple stuff. Is that right? So, I'm gonna, Regina, we're going to say the things that were passed are substantive, right? Can I put that forward for these things now or not?
I think Jody still has amendments to 016,
Oh, Jody, I thought you were working on, okay, so we can't do that until the very end. I apologize.
We
Okay.
have two amendments we're still doing, some of Alderman Payon's and the one that we have for Alderman Savage.
So can we go to R26-20 or any of those things, sorry? Oh, no, sorry.
They have amendments also, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
What about the essay and the FT, Mr. Mayor?
I don't have any other amendments in front of me.
We have a
Me neither.
We have a packet of amendments that are for the resolution and the ordinance, and I thought Jacqueline brought them into your office.
Okay. I apologize.
I don't have them.
Were they emailed to us? How were we getting them?
Yeah.
Not to me.
It's all about fees, is that right?
We have a couple, we have one and four. 1, 2, I'm sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Mike.
And one,
I didn't get an answer to my question. How are we supposed to get these? Were they emailed?
I'm gonna try to figure it out right now. You need me, Regina?
Okay.
Mike, they are connected in Granicus to the legislation. And, I think Jacqueline can print copies. I'm not sure if she sent them in an email. I don't know.
We'll figure it out. Hold on, let me talk to her.
Okay, thank you.
What piece of legislation are we on now?
Actually, we're still on 01620, but we're waiting for the finance department to complete the amendments. So the mayor's asked, can we move on with anything else? But the resolutions also have amendments.
Okay, so I'm gonna just go and we're gonna recess now for dinner. And then we're gonna come back.
That sounds like
Is 9 o'clock okay, Jody?
Okay.
You're on mute.
Okay, so yeah, 9 o'clock is fine. We have one ready now, but the second one won't be ready. I have to finish it. It's got to be checked. So 9 o'clock is good.
Okay.
So, this is the process, and it will be hard to find a day on Thursday and Friday. So if you can muscle it out, I would appreciate it. Thank you. Alderman Payon?
I would move that we continue this matter until Monday if need be. I mean, this is crazy. Everybody's confused with every vote we're doing. And, we're having things that are thrown at us at the last minute without time to prepare anything. I mean, this is crazy. This is an important meeting with important votes. And I just think this is ridiculous.
Mr. Mayor,
everybody here is blurry-eyed.
Ooh, can I say something?
Yes, Regina.
Fred, you have an audit committee meeting in the morning on Monday, and there's also, what other meeting?
Don't
and a
worry about
housing
it.
meeting at 3 on Monday.
Don't worry about the audit committee on Monday. It may not happen.
But
Mr. Sneakini?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, what we're doing is everything was loaded into the systems, Granicus and Legistar, but we're going to print them off for Regina Takia. You have your hard copy, Mayor, and Jacqueline is going to email both R26 and the amendments and R27 with the amendments to all the council people right now. So as she emails them to me, I'll print off a copy for Takia and Regina since they don't have their printer. So they'll have a hard copy. Mr. Mayor, you should have yours. If you don't, I'll get you one as well. Great. And all the council people, in about 5 or 10 minutes, you'll have another email with both R26 and 27 plus the amendments.
Mike, the mayor said that he was going to recess until 9.
Oh, he is? Oh, okay. All right.
So
Can I get a vote on my motion?
Hold on, Fred. What exactly is your motion? I'm sorry.
To continue this matter over until, either Friday or Monday morning, depending on what's a better date for my colleagues.
Okay, do you have a second? Okay.
Takes care of that.
I'll second it.
We can reconsider it at 10 o'clock tonight.
That's a pity.
Okay, we've got a second. All those in favor of recess until, do we have to give a date on this, Regina?
Yes,
What-
yes.
When would that be?
Okay, two things before you choose Monday. Okay, if you choose Monday and you're not finished with the amendments, you would have to have legislative action and then your public hearing on O16 and possibly R26 and R27 on that day because you haven't gone through the rest of your amendments. And if that's what you wish to do, we can do that. You have to finish up your amendments before you can have and we'd have to advertise your public hearing on the substantive changes to the ordinance and the resolutions.
I don't think it's physically possible, is it?
We can get it done.
As long as we don't have any more amendments.
What are the changes?
If you cut off amendments today,
Yeah.
you can get it done.
Yes. So we have a motion and a second to postpone it till, I'm going to just say Monday for Fred. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
Their motion is defeated, sorry.
Okay. Do we have a motion for a recess?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
You.
Aye.
See you back at 9 o'clock. Thank you so much.
See you guys. Oh,